It's almost 12:30. We won't actually begin the meeting until 12:30, but Mackenzie's been really working on the video and the electronics and recording and so forth. And she's got some special instructions for us here. So Mackenzie, if you want to give us a briefing.
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. Okay, so a couple things. There are some things that are completely outside of my control, so I want you to be aware so that it doesn't distract you or anything like that. We are next door to a TV station, so sometimes the feedback that happens with the microphones is because whatever they're doing over there is on the same frequency. If that happens, I have a fix, but it might take me 30 seconds, so just don't let that deter you. I will be on a mission. The other thing is that up there where there's the camera with the flash through it, all that is my computer is the host, but that just means that my video is off. So it will always be up there since I'm hosting this meeting from my laptop, but it's recording. You can kind of see the little recording button up at the top. So everything's fine. I just didn't want to put my face on the screen. So that's what that means. So as long as that says recording up there and we have that camera down there, we are good to go. If the PowerPoint goes out, we do have a contingency plan, which will be utilizing that laptop, and Tess and I will be ready to make that switch in about 20 seconds. So everything should be fine. I have a lot of faith, and I think that's it, Mr. Chairman. Do you have any other questions?
Any questions? Okay, Mackenzie, we certainly appreciate all your good work on getting this set up. The message was there, if something goes wrong, it's going to take 30 seconds. It's not a break. You don't go to the bathroom. Yeah, right.
We're going to have a quick fix.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mackenzie's wearing all kinds of hats for us. She's the one that is the publisher of the master plan that is in your notes here and your material. So, Mackenzie, we appreciate all that good work. Do appreciate everybody being here. We've got an extensive agenda that you've probably seen here this afternoon. It'll be a real test, I think, whether we can get through that entire agenda, but we're going to do our best. And also the material for this meeting is extensive. I thought I had the biggest notebook in the world, but this meeting exceeded the capacity of that one notebook, not even counting the thumb drive that was part of it. So we've got a lot of material. First thing that I wanted to do, we've talked for some time about appointing some committees of the board to work on specific subjects and kind of having some champions, if you will, of particular subject areas. And I think the time has come when we need to kind of formalize that practice. And what I want to do is appoint a subcommittee to work on teacher preparation, and then another subcommittee to work on teacher license discipline activities. And let me just read into the record this. Pursuant to the State Board of Education Policy 1.400, I appointed a committee of 3 members consisting of Dr. Trout, Mr. Edwards, and myself to work on teacher preparation issues. I will plan to serve as chair of that committee. Also, I've further appointed a committee of 3 members consisting of Ms. Tucker, Ms. Chancey, Ms. Hargrove, with Ms. Hargrove serving as chair of that committee. This committee will work on education discipline matters and is charged with revising the educator discipline schedule between now and the second reading in July. That's the item that's on our agenda for the first reading this meeting. All members of the board are certainly welcome and encouraged to attend meetings of these committees. This structure will allow the members to work on their important issues outside of a context of a meeting of the whole board. Notice will be given for each meeting of the committee, and we will plan to video stream those committee meetings. Any questions about those 2 committees? Important committees, and as you know, they're items that we've had substantial discussion on over the past several months here. Okay, with that, we'll move to the agenda. First item is the math and English language arts standards, and Laura, you've got that.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I'm excited to be here before you today to talk about kind of the culmination of our math and English language arts standards review process. So before you tomorrow on final reading are the new math and English language arts standards, which have resulted out of about 18 months worth of work to collect a lot of public feedback and to make revisions to those standards. So as you'll recall, and we had a lengthier presentation on this at the last workshop, we started that process back in November of 2014 when we posted the current math and English language arts standards on a website for public review. And then we convened a group of about 50 educators who are really experts in their content area to work with us last summer over the course of several months to review all of that public feedback and to make revisions to the standards. And then we posted those revised standards online, collected some additional feedback, as well as worked with the higher education community to review those standards, and worked with an external reviewer to make sure that we were still benchmarking ourselves against other states. That work all led up to a review by the legislatively and gubernatorially appointed Standards Recommendation Committee last fall and earlier this year. And that group brought to you in January a recommendation for approval of math and English language arts standards on first reading. And so you got to hear a lot from them about the in-depth review process that they went through. They shared some of their recommendations for revision, and then they also shared a position statement that they developed. So that included kind of their beliefs and things on implementation of the standards. So making sure that we've got clear communication with parents planned, that there are supplemental resources for teachers to help them support implementing the standards in their classroom. And then you also heard at our workshop in January from our math and English language arts leads. So these were excellent educators who've been leading this process throughout and convened our review teams, and they shared with you some of the content changes that teachers can expect to see in these standards. So for example, in English language arts, one of the key differences in the new standards is really this focus on foundational literacy and the creation of a new strand that really brings together reading expectations, writing expectations, and language expectations for our earliest learners into one place for teachers and students. In math, they shared some information about some revised formatting of the math standards, as well as a real focus to narrow Algebra 2 content, and the creation of some exciting new fourth-year courses that really focus on application of math standards and math content in a real-world setting. And so what we've been doing since first reading is we've continued to collect public feedback about the standards. So there was a great discussion at the board meeting in January where several of you asked if we've received emails from constituents that have suggestions for additional changes or have concerns. What would that feedback process look like? And so we've been able to connect directly with those individuals to learn about their concerns or their feedback. And we've then taken those suggestions for revision back to our English language arts and math leads throughout this process to check with them to get their expertise to weigh in on those suggested revisions. And as a result, we've made a couple of changes to each set of standards. So in English language arts, we've added a statement that really clarifies the progression of the standards that lets teachers know, for example, if you teach nouns in kindergarten, that's not the only time you teach nouns. You cycle back to that content with grade appropriate text and grade appropriate examples throughout K through 12th grade. And then we've also just cleaned up some grammatical issues and made some clarifications in the glossary definitions. For mathematics, we've clarified some of the student expectations on mathematical formulas. So for example, in the version that you saw in January, you would see standards that talked about the application of the formula of a rectangle, for example. Well, it was never clearly stated in the standard that the expectation for that is also for a student to memorize the formula as well. There are some formulas we know students need to have committed to memory. And so we've gone back in and clarified that in the language of the standards to make sure teachers have a really clear understanding of which formula students are expected to have committed to memory versus which formulas it's really about application, and supporting documents will be provided for students so they don't have to have that formula memorized. We've also corrected a few errors that we found in the integrated math sequence, and we received some feedback from our partners in higher ed that work on the SAILS program, and based on their feedback, we also made some changes to the Bridge math standards. And then finally, the final change that you'll see in your documents that were actually an update to your packets today, was we found a few last issues this week with the pre-calculus standards, and those have now been corrected and are updated in your board packets. So the result of this, and what we're excited to bring to you as a recommendation on final reading tomorrow, is the result of, as I said, an 18-month process. We really feel that we fulfilled the rigorous charge set out for us in statute that the governor first set forth back in November of 2014, and that our legislature built upon and really strengthened with the addition of some additional public review and a standards recommendation committee. We feel that we've had a standards review process that really sets us apart from a lot of other states, in the sense that we've read more than 200,000 pieces of feedback. We've heard from thousands of Tennesseans. And we've really looked at that feedback, taken it to heart. We've engaged with the leading experts in math and English language arts in our state, and really used them to guide this work. And so as a result, and through a commitment to rigor throughout that entire process by all the individuals involved, we feel confident in the standards that we're recommending for your approval on final reading tomorrow. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions about math and English language arts, and then I'll close with a couple reminders in a second about other standards that are up for review.
Okay, questions? Any questions on, okay, Mike?
So Laura, looking back on the Standards Recommendation Committee, they had a lot to say about professional development and preparation.
Correct. That was in their position statement.
It's worth reading in whole, but one concluding sentence to me, committee urges the board and the department to ensure that providers preparing prospective teachers are included in professional development plans, and that the standards for teacher preparation are aligned to the Tennessee academic standards.
Correct.
So how are we addressing that?
That's a great question. So I don't know if Candace, if you want to talk a little bit from the department's perspective about training and professional development, and then Mike, ultimately the standards for teacher preparation would come to you all as a part of a revision to the educator preparation policy.
Yeah, first I would love for us to talk about what we're doing on professional development generally, and then how we will be inviting our higher education partner, our educator prep programs to the table. Vicki, if you don't mind, I'd love for you to go to the microphone and just give an overview of our professional development plan, our training plan for the new standards, when we're starting those and how those will look, because EPPs will be invited to all of those, and we can make that stronger if we need to, but they will be invited to all of these.
Sure. Good afternoon. So we are in beginning stages of discussing how to roll out these new standards, these revised standards. Had a meeting with Tammy Shelton, Dr. Tammy Shelton, who was here to talk about the standards last time. And I actually talked with her again this morning about it. So the timeline would be that we would prepare something to roll out communications within the department so everybody in the department understands what's going to happen. Have our plan complete in time to share with superintendents at their study council conference in September, roll it out to administrators at the LEAD conference in October, and then begin training in January of 17. We are looking right now at pulling the standards. We want them to know what the changes are, but we see this more as an opportunity to dig deeply into the standards again. And we're in conversation with a group from the University of Virginia to help teachers understand how to teach a standard at its level, and then how to make it accessible to students in their classroom who are not quite up to grade level. So teaching that grade level standard to students who are not quite there yet, making it accessible to them, and developing lessons that go beyond the scope of the standard. So this gives the teachers a really strong understanding of the standard itself. We are beginning to think about how to do this. In the past, we've done large-scale training led by the department. What we're considering this time is to develop good, strong content that's modular, do training within districts to help them understand that, and then let them train their teachers at times and in ways that make sense, so that they do a training piece, then they do a practice piece, come back and reflect and train on the next piece. We're just in the very preliminary stages of planning that.
And so let me add, if we move to a modular moment, it makes it much more feasible for our educator preparation programs to have a couple people from each program actually part of initial trainings, and then they have an expectation to go back into their programs and redeliver that training to all of the faculty who would prepare teachers. And so that's the direction we're going now to actually meet what was mentioned in the Standard Recommendation Committee preface, was ensuring that they are getting the same training that we're giving to K-12, they are getting it at the higher education level.
And so how do we know if they go back and do it?
Well, that would be the same question I would ask for K-12, of how do we know if they go back and do it? So it's the same question. There's an expectation that if you are going to be teaching new standards and have them part of your program, that you would have the responsibility to do that and an expectation to do that. And we believe they do. I mean, if they get the training and they have this robust training, that then they are then, I would say, empowered that you need to go back and redeliver it. And we don't have instances where people don't do that. Now, higher ed could be a different animal, but I will tell you from my experiences, if I got trained, then I was going back to my institution and preparing those who did not get trained.
Okay. Other questions? Questions for Vicki or Laura?
Laura, for us, I think it's important in whether it's the language arts or the math, that if you haven't take time to look through the complexity of all of these different subjects, these are high standards. They're well done standards. They're standards that, one, we're very, at Tennessee, has done a good job of understanding what Tennesseans need to know. And they're here. We're getting ready to vote. And once we vote on them, what we expect Tennesseans to learn.
Good comment.
And with that, I would just like to, throw in a final thank you to many of our educators who are part of this committee that I know are streaming in from all corners of the state today to watch this discussion and to see the culmination of a lot of their hard work, that they've done such a tremendous job, and we are so indebted to them for their work on this.
And tomorrow, I know you have as part of your material for the meeting tomorrow, we have a resolution that Allison has prepared that we will vote on and distribute as a way of thanking all the folks that have worked on these standards. So I think it is a fantastic job. Laura made a comment earlier that I certainly see frequently, is that we're getting all kinds of questions from other states about how we went about doing this, and some indication that they would like to follow a similar process. So I think it's been a good process and got really good results here.
Absolutely. And just to close out on this, we're taking that process and we're replicating it now across multiple other subject areas. So just for the good of the order and the board, and then also the other stakeholders who are in the room, we're in the second phase, or the third phase of the process, with science standards. So we are currently, we have a revised draft of science standards posted on a website. I'll share that link on the last slide. And we spent the first part of this week in roundtables all across the state collecting feedback on those standards. So I would encourage everyone to be sure to spread the word that that website will be open for feedback through May 13th on science standards. Similarly with social studies, we're a little bit earlier in the process. We're still in the first period of public feedback on those standards, and that website will be open for public review through the end of this month, so through April 30th. People can log on and look at the social studies standards, and then we're in the process of selecting an educator team to work with us over the summer to make those revisions. And then finally, a few other subject areas where we're really taking the lessons that we've learned through the main subject areas and applying those lessons to these standards as well. So physical education standards have been through a thorough review process and are on your agenda for consideration on first reading tomorrow. And then we currently have health standards available for public review, and fine art standards will be available for review later this month. Happy to take any questions, and all the links for the review websites can be found on our standards review website page.
Okay, Any questions for Laura? Anything else on the math or English language arts? Okay, great work. And again, compliments to everyone who worked on this. I think, as Mike said, got some really great standards here, and just hope that we can live up to them, accomplish them. They're great standards. We appreciate it. Good work. Okay, we'll move to the next item on our agenda, educator talent update on differentiated pay. Sylvia Flowers.
Good afternoon. Okay, thank you. All right, I believe you have several pieces of information coming around to you. Thank you for having me today. I'm here to give you an update on our differentiated pay plan process and what we're anticipating for this upcoming year. So, wanted to give you an update on where we are. As you all know, we now have 4 years of educator evaluation data. We just completed our second year of collecting differentiated pay plans from all of the districts across the state, and we are really pushing out now our human capital data reports with a focus on equity and access to effective teaching. And we know that you guys have seen this slide from me before, but the key lever to drive improvement in our districts is the quality of the people that we have working in our schools and across the state. And we know that the data that we have from our evaluation system can inform all pieces of the human capital life cycle, from preparation to recruitment, hiring, the growth and development of current educators, compensation, what we're here to talk about today, as well as teacher leadership and career pathways for educators. And this work really sits in two places in our strategic plan. One is in educator support, and the next is in our all means all strategy area. So we have in our Tennessee Succeeds project plan a focus on supporting districts in creating greater differentiation of teacher roles, responsibilities, and salaries. And so we do want to see an increase in the usage of our flexible salary schedules and differentiated pay plans that are aligned to the district and school instructional priorities. And then in our all means all strategic priority area, we really want to increase our access to effective teaching, and we want to make sure that our districts have the information they need to ensure that the students who are furthest behind have access to the highest performing teachers in their systems. And we're doing that by providing a lot of data on the human capital data reports. So just to refresh everyone on our policy, we do have our differentiated pay policy on the books that requires LEAs to differentiate how they pay a licensed personnel, and it also ensures that no teacher earns less than they currently make. And there's a lot of flexibility with this policy. So we see that districts have the flexibility to differentiate pay based on high need subjects or schools. They can use performance as a criteria to differentiate pay. They can also compensate teachers who take on additional instructional roles and responsibilities. And then they also have the opportunity to pursue an alternative salary schedule, which you all have approved many of those over the last few years. The submission process over the past 2 years has looked like this. We anticipate going out in the coming months with the new process for 2016-17. But basically every year we ask districts to submit their differentiated pay plan and their salary schedule by June 30th of each year. We review every plan, give them feedback, make sure that it meets the criteria of the policy, And then this past year, we actually asked districts to report on their implementation of their 14-15 plan. So in 14-15, we collected plans. In 15-16, we actually wanted their new plan, but we also wanted to look back and see what they implemented in 14-15. And as a result of that initial analysis, we broke down every plan and tried to categorize what districts were doing. So which criteria were they taking advantage of? And you see here in 14-15, the majority of districts offered at least some type of instructional role. We had about a third of districts taking advantage of the performance-based criteria, and close to half of districts doing the hard-to-staff criteria. And then about 40-ish districts took advantage of modifying their salary schedule. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. And so then we asked for the implementation data this past summer. We wanted to know what actually happened. We knew what they were planning to do, but did they actually do it? And how did it impact teachers? And so we came up with this tier system to try to identify how many of the criteria districts were using, and then what percentage of teachers were being impacted by what they chose to do. And so this is the tier system that we created. There's a little overlap because some of the criteria or the number of teachers is not an exact science, but we're trying to narrow that in as much as we can. And so when we reviewed our 14-15 plans and looked at the implementation reports, we saw that we actually had at that time 8 districts who did not implement, 49 districts where we would consider those tier 1, 55 districts that were considered tier 2, 21 districts in tier 3, and about 13 districts that were tier 4 or 5, where we're seeing lots of the flexibilities taken advantage of and many teachers in the system having the opportunity to earn additional compensation.
Tiers being the degree of using
the criteria and the number or percentage of teachers that would actually receive something. So in 15-16, we collected all the plans again for this school year. We identified what options districts were taking advantage of. We saw some slight changes. We saw an increase in the amount of districts taking advantage of the instructional roles and responsibilities and the hard-to-staff criteria. And then we also saw districts continue to make modifications to their salary schedules. And then we also overlaid this with our tier system. So are we seeing movement across the tiers? And tier 0, we're anticipating 0 districts will be in tier 0. Everyone will be implementing at some level their differentiated pay plan. And then we saw some movement across the tiers. And our goal is to see this continue to grow into tier 2, tier 3, tier 4. And I'll just give you a few of the examples of the types of things that districts are offering in their differentiated pay plans. So just starting with the performance-based criteria, we do continue to see about a third of districts implementing some form of performance-based compensation. These can look a variety of different ways. We see folks offering individual bonuses using the teacher evaluation system as the criteria for those bonuses. We also see districts offering school level bonuses or district level bonuses. So if the school does well, everyone in the school would get a bonus, or if the district does well, everyone in the district would get a bonus. And then we have districts that are offering the alternative salary schedule, as well as an alternative salary schedule with bonuses.
What's an alternative salary?
So an alternative salary schedule is when a district requests permission to move away from the state minimum salary schedule. So in most cases, we have districts that are offering their base pay increases using performance criteria. So moving away from years of experience in education and using the evaluation data to drive what those base pay increases look like. Kingsport City is an example here where they're doing their base pay increases using the level of overall effectiveness. And the more effective teachers get a higher increase than the less effective teachers. We also see the different types of bonuses here. And you all also have a summary of all of the district plans and which criteria the districts are using. In the instructional roles category, again, this is a very popular choice. Districts are really taking advantage of this opportunity to create leadership roles and leadership opportunities in their systems. Here are some examples of the types of roles that we see and the types of stipends that are offered to teachers who step into those roles. We also see districts using the evaluation data as one of the eligibility criteria to be eligible for these types of roles. So, for example, in DeKalb County, if you're a level 4 or 5 teacher, you have the option of becoming a learning leader, and you can support and coach teachers who need additional support. We saw a slight increase in the number of hard-to-staff incentives that were offered this year. Here are a couple of examples of the school or subject-based incentives that are being offered. Typically, we see these subject-based incentives being offered for some of the higher level math and science courses or some areas that are historically been shortage areas like speech and language pathology.
Go back, please.
Yes, sir. One more.
So is Fentress County an outlier, or is that something that's being commonly used to recruit chemistry majors?
So we have 75 districts that are using some type of incentive. Typically, it is for a tested subject, and typically it is for a secondary subject like math or science. We have the breakdown of what everyone is doing. So that, I think subject area incentives are more common than school level incentives. I think the amounts vary from as small as $1,000 to as high as $4,000. And a lot of times districts might split those over the course of a few years. So you might get a hiring bonus of $2,000, and then at the end of that year, when your teacher evaluation scores are complete and you have been an effective teacher, you might get an additional $2,000.
So what percentage would you say, you're not gonna get, you don't know it. So there are two groups of people, new college graduates entering in, being recruited. And then there are LEAs that decide they want to go make somebody else a star teacher.
Mm-hmm.
Or we're going to give you this much money to come over here to teach here. I suspect there's more of the second going on than the first.
I don't know that answer specifically. I think we show in our human capital data reports some of the movements across systems. We have not broken that down by subject level or area of certification, but that's something that we can probably investigate a little bit further. But we are capturing movements across the state, and you'll see in your human capital data report, there's a retention table, and it actually shows a district, and also their new hire table shows them where people are coming from and where they're going to when they leave their system. So we can start to dig into that a little bit.
I don't know.
So we also, we see sometimes it says a new hire bonus, but we also see retention incentives too. So for the existing math teachers who are high performing, they would also get to participate in that incentive as well. So we see that structured too a lot. So salary schedule adjustments this year have been minimal, but we do see that districts are continuing to consolidate their education lanes and consolidate their experience steps. And, you know, we do want districts to continue to take advantage of that so that they can free up those funds to put back into other areas of compensation, whether it's performance-based or hard to staff incentives and things of that sort. Here's the alternative salary schedule work. We saw a few alternative salary schedules being approved this year, primarily in that second category where education levels are not automatically recognized, where either the district requires prior approval or that the district requires that any advanced degrees that an educator pursues, they're aligned to the duties that they're doing.
Boy,
Please.
aligned to the current duties they're doing. So I'm a teacher with a BS, and I go back and get a master's degree in,
Curriculum and instruction.
Yeah.
Mathematics.
well, that would be content, but let's say something on the pedagogy side.
Mm-hmm.
That would be considered aligned.
Mm-hmm. Yes. I think they're trying to get a better handle on degrees that are not aligned. The example we always use is going to get a master's degree in divinity. Is that going to be relevant to the work that you're doing in the school system? Maybe not.
Sometimes, and I apologize for the thoughts here, because sometimes I think we really ought to have a serious conversation looking at the data on what master's degrees provide a return on investment. In other words, what master's degrees demonstrate an improvement in performance.
Okay,
I think that's something we can take on. I think we looked at 3 years ago, the alignment of the advanced degrees and experience with effectiveness. We did that again last year, and we can go back and do some additional analysis there. I think what we have encouraged districts to think about are those content area degrees, special education, advanced degrees, curriculum instruction, leadership, and they're starting to think about those things as well.
okay, Wendy?
This may be taking us down that road farther than you want to, but when you're talking about looking at effectiveness and advanced degrees, are you also, or is your department
What's
also
happening?
analyzing effectiveness of teachers who are teaching outside of their endorsement, who have a waiver? And is there data on that? Because that's data I would like to see. I'd like to see teachers who are teaching outside the endorsement, how long that's happening, what accountability there is on that related to teacher quality as well.
So I can speak to, yes, we are analyzing that. We have initial data actually for last year. We need to make sure all the data is correct before we would share that, but we are doing that for the past 5 years. I think that was a request that you guys sent us, and then we will also map it to effectiveness.
Okay, great.
Why is that a good policy?
What specifically?
To allow teachers into a classroom in which they're not endorsed to teach.
Are you talking about the 2-out policy where you can teach courses
Yes.
outside of your, primarily because there was a recruitment effort made on the part of the actual district or the school administrator. They were not able to find someone that was in the endorsement area to serve in that school. And so this was an opportunity for them to have some flexibility and having someone who was already licensed, right? They're already a teacher, but they do not have that specific endorsement area to teach out of that particular. So there's that seem to match together, that have some overarching like math, even though you're teaching 2 different subject areas, that you have an overarching knowledge of math. So it was primarily to help districts who did not have the ability to recruit someone into that area.
So
And they should only be teaching one section of that subject. So if there's a scheduling challenge where you don't generate enough to fund a full position, then you can meet that scheduling issue for just teaching that one course.
For how long?
Uh,
That's what's unclear about that policy. How long can I, if I'm a licensed teacher, but I'm not endorsed to teach special ed, and my principal or whoever makes that decision decides they need me, they put me in that special ed classroom, how long can I teach there without the endorsement? That's my first question. The second question is, who knows that that's happening?
Yeah, I don't think the policy is clear on.
It's not.
It's not.
That's why I'm asking. I think it may be one that we add into the, the audit list that we're doing internally. Maybe there's a need to clarify. I think the data that Candace and her team are going to provide will illuminate some of the challenges there potentially. There's also the law that prevents a teacher from being in a classroom,
subject.
right, a tested EOC subject that's not properly endorsed. So I think it's right to look at the data, and then, this board could certainly call on a provision of that policy.
Yeah, and I will speak to that a bit when I talk about educator prep.
Okay, so we're gonna do this here or there, but the second part of mine was who knows that's happening. So we're gonna do that in teacher prep or now. I'm just curious if my child's special ed teacher isn't endorsed in special ed. I don't think I know. Does the state know? Does, other than the school, does the district? Like, where is that?
Know in the district. So the answer is the state and the district would have that information.
So there is some sort of.
Ability to know, yeah.
So I really want to talk about this. Do you think it'd be better to talk about this when we go?
I believe we're gonna put that on the first agenda of the subcommittee.
Okay. Well, but I want to talk, I really want,
Others can come to that as well, because I know you're.
so then I want to talk about it some more. I understand the pickle that districts get in when they have a shortage. And I understand that they've got to have someone in that classroom. But, I mean, we just passed some pretty hard standards. And we have a policy that allows a certified teacher to go into a classroom in which they're not endorsed, and which means we have every reason to believe they do not have content knowledge, and teach a class that we've now required Tennessee students to know. If we look at it from the district standpoint, we're helping them manage their operations. If we look at it from the number of those kids that are in that classroom, whether it's just for 1 year or for multiple years or whatever, that's where the fidelity lies. That's where we have to, if we're going to figure out, we've got to look at it from their standpoint. I don't like the idea of allowing someone to teach a class for convenience sake. And I know that makes it try. I would like to see the policy go away. I would like to see the practice go away. I know it creates a lot of problems for districts. The districts have a lot of problems that they're going to have to work through anyway. At the very least, I think a parent ought to be notified that the teacher that is teaching that course is not endorsed in that subject. The hesitancy in that and agreeing is that it would be easy then for the district to say, okay, you're out of biology, go find another subject. Well, I got to get biology, so then we'll get back in and take it under the lit ticket.
So
This is a big deal.
It is a big deal.
Particularly if you're one of those 25 kids in that class.
So I'm going to ask a question because I have similar concerns, but I do attend the Director's Study Council. And I hear, and I attended yesterday for the Upper Cumberland, and they have a real issue. And we can sit here and say it's not our problem, because it's not, it's their responsibility. So if we don't have a policy that allows for this to occur, they're going to be asking for exceptions because they're not able to find the teachers. They're not lying about this. And I listened to two directors, who's both are in Sherry, and one loses his teachers to the other because one pays more, they're adjacent counties. That's a real challenge, and the one who keeps losing is doing everything he can to continue to find and source candidates. He's on the border of Kentucky, and he keeps taking candidates from Kentucky. But it's a real challenge. There's special education classes, there's Spanish, there's all kinds of classes where they cannot find a teacher. And I'm not an advocate of putting a teacher in a classroom that's not qualified to teach. But the other alternative is there's absolutely no teacher in the classroom. So what do they do? And that's not our problem. But we're going to have an exception to the policy that they're going to be going to the commissioner, and that may be okay.
Correct, so
That's
that is actually what happened before that policy was made, is that these requests would go to the commissioner, and there was quite a number of them. So there would be a request, so this was an attempt to make a policy that would allow some continuity, some clarity on what that would look like. And I appreciate your comments. I mean, obviously, we hear the same thing when we go across the state. So it's a complex issue that we actually need the data, and I appreciate you asking for that, because we are going to need to look at what does the data tell us, and not make assumptions that it's because the district isn't trying to do the right thing. They absolutely are trying to do the right thing, but there are other challenges we have to address. I think it is our responsibility to address some other issues and challenges that I do think somewhat feed into this. And we would love to be able to have that conversation with what we think those challenges are and how we could parse those out and potentially make some decisions.
Will we have the data? You know, we've talked about basically the July meeting. Will we have the data for this
We
committee?
will have the data for our subcommittee meeting, which I believe we're having today.
So what is the data going to tell us?
It's going to tell us how many there are, how many by subject area, by district, and we can also map that to effectiveness data, and so we can get some knowledge of what's their effectiveness if they're actually teaching out of endorsement area.
I think that's
Okay.
the piece that maybe the policy
So,
would be fixed
Right.
with.
so, I don't have a lot. To make this point, in the statute for state school board, Tennessee, I don't know what this is, because this is number 6 under something. If an LEA determines that it is necessary to assign an individual to teach in an area for which the individual is not endorsed, any evaluation conducted for the course outside the area of endorsement shall relate only to the improvement of teaching skills and strategies and not be determination of competency. The board shall include as part of its evaluation guidelines a specific reference to the use of evaluation procedures. The legislature said, all right, if you're going to put someone in there, don't hammer them with an evaluation. Don't punish them because they don't know the subject in their evaluation. That tells me that there's a problem with them not knowing the subject. If it's already, I mean, and this is not a part of the rules, this is part of TCA. I understand that this is a nightmare, and I understand that the solution is not at all available. But I truly believe that as long as that districts are allowed to put non-endorsed people into courses that we're really are big deals, and particularly special ed, which is a major practice, then it will never get fixed because they have a painless way of engineering that days or that operation by moving people around. If we restrict the ability to do that, then they're going to have to figure out a way to fix it.
But isn't, we've gotten a long way from differentiated pay.
Except I didn't want to wait till
I know.
another meeting to talk about it.
I know, but it seems to me like the thing that we need is the data here. One, how much of a problem we got. And then the second piece that's equally important is what is the effectiveness of the ones that are actually teaching outside of their certification. And, you can see some cases where, you've got some teachers that, even though they are certified, can be very effective. And that's what I don't think, no. I mean, we know it's a big problem, but I'd like to see the data we're talking about to see get a better description of the problem. And the fix is not going to be easy, obviously, but at least we'll know what the problem is.
Chairman, just to add on, I mean, I think, while somewhat a ways from the topic of differentiated pay, in some ways it's very close to that intent because it's all related. I mean, we're going to have a longer conversation about teacher preparation. I think one of the things that we would hope to see at the state is much closer partnerships between districts and the programs who are supplying candidates. Because I think some of these things do begin to get solved if there's a real partnership and a projection of need from the district's part to the program who's training candidates. Because I do think it's unacceptable to have teachers who are in classrooms unendorsed with students who depend on that content to be strong. And we've got to figure out a way to help districts get there. And I think it's going to create some pain points for all of us as we do there. But I think a bigger discussion looking at the data, I mean, I think we can absolutely bring that back and kind of dig into it. And I think the teacher prep piece is part of it too.
We'll have a chance later in the agenda to talk some more on it or to bring it back up. But on differentiated pay,
I will get back on track, yes.
okay.
But I do think some of your comments, particularly around the advanced degrees, there is an opportunity to align our language around the salary schedule and the advanced degrees that we know are linked to effectiveness. Perhaps that's something we can explore as well.
Well, the reason is that you got to figure out how to pay for differential pay without, because you're not taking away. One thing is if we're not getting value out of certain master's degrees,
That's right.
then they could either take a content degree or it go to hire somebody that needs that.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
The management.
Exactly.
Okay.
We did see salaries going up though. So we did see more than 3/4 of districts adding money to the salary schedule and increasing their starting salary schedule as well. Those percentages varied across the state, anywhere from 1% up to 3%. And that if we saw a schedule that did not change and we inquired, most of the responses were that those new funds were going toward their differentiated pay plan. So some of our challenges, we don't have as many districts as we would like taking advantage of the salary schedule flexibility. We want districts to take advantage of the opportunity to streamline those steps and lanes and put those funds into areas that address some of their instructional priorities. I think the loss of extended contract funds resulted in districts kind of transferring those additional work-related activities to their differentiated pay plan. So paying teachers to teach in the after-school tutoring program. Do we believe they should be paid for that? Absolutely, that's outside of the school day, but is that really aligned to an instructional role or responsibility or the teacher leadership and career pathways that we want teachers to have available to them? On the hard to staff, we don't see those being leveraged in a lot of cases as a strategic recruiting opportunity. We see those being offered at the last minute or at the end of the summer when they haven't filled a position, that they then start to talk about a hard to staff incentive as opposed to offering that in March or April and forecasting vacancies in advance and using the incentive as another leverage point. And then we had a few districts that were creating bonuses that don't actually meet the criteria. So attendance bonuses were being put in their plans. And again, that falls outside of the differentiated pay policy. Attendance is actually, you should come to work. We don't expect people to get a bonus for coming to work. Those are nice to have. We just don't recognize them in the differentiated pay plans. And then we saw a few folks offering a bonus to a school and not to individual teachers. And those are nice as well. The school can get a reward. They can have parties and celebrations or some extra bucket of funds for supplies, but that sort of falls outside of our differentiated pay policy. So moving forward into this year, we would like to spend some time revising the policy language and providing a little more clarity for districts. There are differentiated pay plan guidelines, and there's not actually a board policy. So Laura and I have been talking about ways that we can make that a little more formal. I think we want to clarify some of the language around the training and experience to ensure that the advanced degree work is aligned to the educator duties, and that we think will help districts a lot. We need to establish an approval and renewal cycle for the alternative salary schedules. We've currently been bringing them to you, and we don't know if these are indefinite. Should there be a 3 or 5 year cycle for these things? I think we've had some alternative salary schedules that have come to us, and then we found out that they weren't actually being implemented. So I think we just want to have this on a routine cycle for districts so that we're keeping track of it. And then I think further definition of the additional roles and responsibilities. I think we want to see teachers having opportunities to step into teacher leadership roles. We think that is an opportunity to retain top talent. And so I think if we align this with some of our work around the teacher leader standards and some of the work that our teacher leader networks have been doing, we'll see a little bit more movement there. And then I think our big push this year is really to help districts understand their human capital data reports and how they can use that data to drive their differentiated pay plan. And I'll just share a few examples of some areas where we see a direct connection between the human capital data and the differentiated pay work. So this year, the districts have gotten their Part 1 and Part 2 reports last month. You guys have a copy of a mock district report, and then the reports are broken down and have guiding questions and notes for each of the following areas: evaluation, growth and development, hiring, retention, and then our equity or our effective teaching gaps. And we've been just starting to go out to regional superintendents study council meetings, like the one in Upper Cumberland, to really walk through these reports with directors and then supervisors. But so, for example, the first table in that report shows their distribution of effectiveness. It provides a comparison to the state distribution. This is obviously an easy point where districts can use this information to forecast the impact of developing a performance-based compensation plan, or how they can use performance information to drive the development of their differentiated pay plan. Table 6 is a favorite. It shows, provides information on persistently high-performing teachers, and we're really encouraging districts to think about what are the strategies that you're developing in order to retain those highly effective teachers. So this particular table uses 3 years of evaluation data, and we feel like there are a lot of examples that districts or strategies that districts can create to retain those folks. Table 7 is also on retention. Table 7 provides a breakdown of the retention by level of effectiveness. And again, as you're thinking about how do you retain your more effective teachers, having this information could help drive some of those conversations about teacher leadership and career pathways. On the Part 2 report, which is the equity gap information, specifically the districts will have in their Table 3 and Table 4 a breakdown of school level effective teaching gaps. And when you think about hard to staff areas or hard to staff subjects, I think districts can use this information to prioritize either stipends or incentives to recruit and or retain teachers in certain schools by math or ELA. Just want to come back to our plans for this year. We're As I said, hoping to work closely with the state board to update our policies and make sure that we're providing as much clarity for districts, and then getting out into our regions and into our districts to help them see the connection between the human capital data and some of the other work that's happening in the teachers and leaders division. What additional questions do you have?
Mike?
When we get out and do the districts, what exactly does that mean?
So it depends. So with the human capital data reports, we're actually walking them through every single table and going through the guiding questions with them. It has a self-assessment tool that we've also shared with them so that they can sort of rate themselves and figure out where their priority areas are. We also get very specific questions on differentiated pay, and then we'll go out and work with districts on that very specifically.
So are those questions around, can we do this, or can we do the show up on time pay? Or, let me ask it another way. Are we certain that districts, which includes faculty and staff, including administration and school boards, understand not what you can do, but why we're offering to do it? So that this is just not another deal that's coming from the state that says, by the way, you can pay people different amounts of money. But this is why you would do it if you find yourself without a biology teacher and you gotta go figure out a way to make it work. This is a tool, and I could be totally wrong, but I really think because of the turnover, not with superintendents nowadays, but also with school boards, they have no idea that it's a management tool to be used to get results.
So yes, we've had turnover of superintendents, turnover of finance offices. So we have spent a lot of time training them on just the what. We also were at TSBA's training yesterday and giving them the same information and getting a lot of head nods and, oh, so when the governor says there's a 4% raise, what does that mean? They know that this is an opportunity for them.
But do they know the why?
I think they do. I think there's still the competition between districts, the feeling that they hire and train people and then they lose them. I think the shortage of teachers is a real crisis that districts are grappling with. I do feel like they know this. I think to the commissioner's point, it's a complex problem. We talk about the short game and the long game with recruitment and the pipeline. Some of these strategies are a real long game. Like I was telling school board members yesterday, it's a long game. We have to start identifying people in high school who want to come back and work in Clay County and be a math teacher. And then there's also the short game, which is improving our standards around preparation and creating incentives, whether it's tuition reimbursement or advanced degrees or pay for advanced degrees in special ed or math, that help address some of the short-term issues as well.
Okay. Sylvia, thank you. Good presentation. I think it does underscore the importance of the role that you play with education in this area, though, because I think to educate the superintendents, school board members on the value that can be achieved through this is terribly important. And one of the things that I like about one of the slides you showed is the ability to move systems up in higher tiers. You know, I continue to feel that the ones that haven't done anything or in tier one haven't got the message yet. And we can measure whether we're effective in communicating the value of this and how much movement we get to the higher tiers. So would encourage you to keep track of that and try to promote that to the extent that you can.
We definitely are. Thank you.
Okay?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I wanted to address something Wendy said about not knowing what endorsement area a certain teacher has. It's online. You can look up any teacher for their district and find out exactly what they do.
Okay, and that's great, but the typical parent isn't, or at least typical parent in a lot of the districts, like where I am, isn't gonna know to do that. I mean, I think pushing the information out to the parent is ideal in my opinion, but we'll talk about that, I guess. Thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate knowing
Okay.
it's available.
Yeah. Great, thank you, Allison. Okay, the next item is an update on teacher preparation report card. We've got a lot of interest in teacher preparation here today.
Absolutely. So I'm sort of, I think, providing the quick appetizer before the long discussion on teacher prep and talking
Don't encourage is a good one.
I know a few of you don't need any encouragement at all on this topic in particular, but just talking specifically an update about the report card. So if you'll recall, the State Board of Education is charged in statute with producing a report card about the outcomes of teacher preparation candidates. And so previously, up until this last year, the 2015 report card, that had been produced in partnership with THEC, the Higher Education Commission. And this year, due to a multitude of different reasons, we transitioned that report card production back over to the department, or to the State Board, and we worked really closely with the department to do a lot of the analytics work to produce that report card. And so now we're in the phase where we've produced it once in 2015. It looks largely like it did in 2014, and we're gearing up for a complete redesign in 2016, one that we're really excited about. And so what I think the nice thing about the redesign is that we're able to tie it in closely with some of the work that's happening on the new educator prep, or the revised educator preparation policy that calls for some annual reports. So previously, the only place where we really reported outcomes data about teacher prep programs was on the report card. And now, and we know that it was difficult to do that, and I'll show you a couple slides of what the current report card looks like. It was difficult to do that in a way that met the needs of all stakeholders. So preparation programs wanted really detailed, granular data to help drive their continuous improvement efforts. Stakeholders like districts, they want to know the quick and fast data at a high level to help drive their hiring decisions. Similarly with stakeholders at large, want that higher level data. And so now what we're able to do in this redesign process is to really kind of meet both of those needs. So through the report card, we're going to kind of zoom out a little bit and really make that a high-level, external-facing report designed for use by stakeholders at large. And it's still going to be produced by the State Board. We work really closely with the Department of Education on that work. And then we'll have the annual reports, which there will be, I think, a lot more discussion on that here in a minute. And those will be internal-facing, used for program approval, also used by ed prep programs to drive their continuous improvement efforts. And we've got some, we want to make sure that because both of those reports are going to be reporting outcomes data about programs, that we've got some shared definitions of how we define retention needs to look the same in both places. You don't want to say a program is excelling in retention on one report, but struggling in retention on the other. We want to make sure we've got some commonality with the data and the definitions that we use. And the real difference is going to be how deep we go on each of these reports. So report card will be really high level. Annual reports will be much more detailed. And on the report card specifically, you could just see here, I won't read it, our goal statement around the report card. Our real focus in 2016 as we redesign this report is to make it user-friendly. I think we've been using the term a consumer report a lot. We want to make sure that anyone can pick up that report card and can make sense of it after looking at it for a few minutes. And I think our current report card is really strong in some aspects, but it's not as user-friendly as we'd like to see it be. And so our current progress in the redesign efforts, so we've worked closely, and I should say Spencer over here in the corner, our research assistant at the State Board, should get a lot of credit for this. We've revised the data collection guidance and released that to all programs throughout the state. So we've added some new information that we're going to be collecting. We've done a lot of clarifying around current definitions, and we've developed some new tools to help with error checking processes. We're also now in the stage of collecting a lot of stakeholder feedback. So we have a survey out to all school districts in the state that asks about, do you use the report card now? And if so, how do you use it? And if not, or even if so, what is going to be the most useful data for you as you think about hiring teachers? We're also, starting next week, we'll be doing a series of focus groups with ed prep programs themselves, districts, and current candidates enrolled in ed prep programs to learn more about what would be useful for each of those different groups to see on a report card. And then we're also in the final stages of identifying a vendor that we're going to be working with for both analytic support on some of the data as well as graphic design. And I mentioned before that while I think our current report card has a lot of great information and data on it, it's not particularly user-friendly. You see a lot of tables with a lot of information. You see a lot of really technical data reporting. So you see t-values in terms of teacher effectiveness, rather than something that's a little bit more user-friendly for the average stakeholder to pick up and use. So what we're hoping to shift to is something that looks a little bit more like this. And I should just say these are examples from the vendor that we'll be working with, not meant to represent exactly what our report card will look like. But you can see here, this report focuses on a few key areas. So rather than tables and tables of information, it's focusing on 6 key areas like recruitment, candidate performance, placement, retention, and it assigns a value to those areas. So it sets forth some specific metrics that we expect programs to meet in those areas, and then reports on their progress in doing so.
Can I interrupt?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Go back. What does retention mean?
So retention in terms of once a teacher graduates from an ed prep program and enters the classroom, do they stay in teaching after that first year or after the 3rd year? There's different ways that we could consider defining retention, but it's looking at once a person graduates and enters the workforce as a teacher, do they stay in teaching over time?
And given millennials and how does that instruct us on the value of the program?
So,
Now, if they were non-renewed, that'd be a big, important piece of information. But if they decided to leave the profession, that didn't necessarily reflect on the prep program, does it?
It's a great question. So I think there obviously are a multitude of reasons why teachers might leave the classroom, but we know that often one of the main reasons why teachers leave early in their career is because they don't feel prepared for the job that they're tasked with. And so I think a metric like retention starts to look at that. Are teachers feeling prepared, and are they seeing success and choosing to stay in education over time?
I think we really need to know how to weight the different ways people leave, because the stats on people coming out at this age, staying 2 years in any job,
Yep,
is just astronomical. I think we ought to look at why they leave.
that's a great point. And if we're able to parse out some of that data, I think that's definitely something we'd like to do. But I think the weighting conversation is also really interesting, because as we think about putting forth kind of the focus on a few key areas of the report card, we also need to think about how we want to weight those. And so we want to assign a weight to retention that we feel like values it, but maybe doesn't value it as strongly as candidate performance for the report card. So I think we've got a lot of discussions to start happening over the course of the next couple of months on, how do we sequence these things? How do we specifically define the metrics within each of them? And then how do we ultimately weight them against one another to produce kind of an overall rating for a program? And so this next slide actually looks at retention. And so you could see on this example, they look at 2 specific metrics for retention. So rather than all of the data we currently have on our report card, it really focuses on just a few metrics, places a lot of importance on those metrics, but is a much easier tool to understand. And so this is the direction that we're hoping to move into. And as I just mentioned, we've got a lot of decisions to make over the course of the next couple of months on how exactly we're going to define and weight some of these particular things. So that leads me to the last slide here about upcoming work. So we're expecting to complete data collection with our educator preparation providers, across the state in early June. We're also working to analyze some of our historical data, the data that we'll collect in June, to determine those metric weightings and the specific metrics that we want to track within each of our kind of overall buckets, like retention or placement. And then one of the key groups that we'll be convening to help us make a lot of those decisions are a report card advisory council. So we want to make sure we've got a wide range of representation, including the key stakeholders for this report card that are listed up on that slide. And we really want to charge that group with advising our staff on some of the particular weightings, the metric thresholds that I mentioned, as well as the design. And I think one of the key pieces we really want to engage this group in is around the communications and the planning for the rollout of the report card, We can spend a lot of time and effort making a great tool, but if no one uses it and no one knows about it, our efforts have been a bit in vain. So we want to make sure that we really engage a wide range of stakeholders with the rollout plan. Any questions?
Questions for Laura? Mike?
So, the girl in high school that Sylvia mentioned in Clay County, who we want to get into, be a math teacher, will pick this report card up and be able to look and see where she is likely to be the most successfully trained or one of the most successfully trained programs in Tennessee. Knowledge. Right.
That is one of the users we want to target with this report card. And not only those students who are coming out of high school, but those people who are getting into teaching as a second profession. And that might actually, I think, be an even easier group to target with this than high school students obviously make decisions about where to go to college based on a lot of other things besides the effectiveness of an educator preparation program. As much as we'd love to get this tool in their hand, there may be some students who know they want to go into teaching from the time they leave high school, and this is a great tool for them. But we do think it can be a great tool for other prospective candidates, particularly those people who are getting into education as a second career.
Any other questions? Hey, Laura, great report. I continue to believe that this is one of the most important things that we've got on our agenda here, and I think it can go a long, long way to working on some of the issues that we've been talking about and continue to talk about in teacher preparation. So we need to do this and do it well. It's very important. Any questions? Okay, Laura, thank you. Good job. Okay, licensure and preparation, Paul. Like more paper coming.
Well, good afternoon. I'm also pleased to introduce Dr. Laura Bucca, who's our Executive Director for Research, and we'll be walking through some of the analysis, as you recall, from January when you asked us to come back now to talk about Praxis and the idea of raising those Praxis assessments. One quick point just previously to Mike's question, also about retention, as we know, and it's really interesting that there's often a dramatic increase in effectiveness of teachers after their second year, from year 2 to year 5. And then it pretty much levels out after year 5. So we also know that retention is really important, especially after year 2, in capturing and determining who that is. We also know that in many districts that highly effective and struggling teachers are exiting at the same rate. And we obviously want to change that. So if we're, we don't want to focus on retention, but we also want to focus on retention of those that are more effective and more proven to be effective. So I think we're starting to see that as well through evaluation. And in Tennessee, in other words, retention of highly effective teachers is at a higher rate than retention of our habitually struggling teachers. So just a kind of a point of emphasis around the importance of developing teachers, especially after year 2 and from like year 2 to year 5, how critical that time frame is, and giving districts the supports to do that as well. So just wanted to emphasize that. Let's see if I got the right clicker here. Do that. Yeah. So as you know, in January, then we were conducting analysis, and we're fortunate that Laura and her team conducted this analysis around what are the implications around supply and demand, around quantity, and around quality of teachers if we are raising Praxis scores for the subject areas for assessment and for Praxis assessments. And what we're bringing you today then is to talk about it as a recommendation is really how we're seeing phase 1 of this work around the analysis of Praxis and its impact around raising scores. And this is where Laura walked through a little bit of how we determine that for the following assessments that you have in front of you that are determined by a threshold of what we're saying is around 10% or less of an impact if we are raising these scores to the nationally recommended cut score. We'll walk through that rationale in a moment, but these are the ones that would be under the proposed recommendations around the PLT assessments, around special ed, and the 3 assessments specifically there and around German as well as ESL, which will be regenerated by ETS, and that requires a shift in the current cut score as well. So what that means is, the practice exams are required for endorsement. National panel usually recommends and comes together to recommend those cut scores or the minimum passing scores we've talked about, and also that most states, including Tennessee, now we're using recommended cut scores for some, and this is where we'll walk through the ones that we're proposing under the recommendation at this point for phase 1 for the recommended cut scores and raising those, and how we determine then the rationale for raising some but not all at this time to do that. And so what that looks like are some key questions, and this is really what Laura and her team provided some really strong analysis around what is the demand for the areas being tested. And we did that through the annual educator survey to all districts to determine what is the demand in those areas, and what basically for the supply do districts are reporting is the demand for those subjects like we've talked about, especially in upper level math and science, or perhaps in special ed. Second is around the quantity, right? So how many of the sample, and we'll show that in a moment, would not have passed at the recommended cut score, right? So if we're talking about raising and recommending to the national cut score, how many current teachers, right, who were teaching in 14-15 that had taken praxis some point between 2011 and 2015 would not pass at the recommended cut score that we're talking about raising, which is the quantity issue. And then also the quality issue, which is how would changing the cut score affect the quality of the educator pool, or in other words, those then that would not be passing under the hypothetical raising of it to the national recommended cut score. So we're trying to get at both the quantity and the quality, using the sample of those teachers who were teaching 2014-15, who did take praxis during that time period as well. So that's also important to do. And how we're talking about that third question around the quality is looking at the difference between those that we would call, for the sake of this, highly effective, those that have an overall composite of 4 or 5 on their evaluation, versus those that are called less effective, which would be a 1 or a 2. So as you'll see in a moment, we'll be talking about and showing what would the impact be by raising the cut score for those that are highly effective and those that are struggling or less effective based on the analysis. So just wanted to give you the overview of that. And so what that means right now is you can see on here the current cut score, the recommended cut score for those, and the difference in the supply. And I thought we had also the 10% figure on that. Yeah, sorry, it's on the far right. Of those assessments right now that would fall basically under the 10% at this point, that would not dramatically, at this point, impact the supply and demand by raising those cut scores. The one exception is we have, actually Latin is below the 10%, but we're not recommending at this point because they have redesigned the test and actually changed the scoring on the test from like 500 down to 200 on that piece. So even though it's under 10%, it still needs to be studied further because right now they are changing the test and changing the scoring on the test. But as we'll walk through this point, those that would have a difference in supply of less than 10% versus those assessments that have more, and that's what Laura and her team had found on that. So we wanted just to show a couple examples of what that looks like by raising of those that are in that top 9, right? And what that means for the supply based on the recommendation, right? And there's our group we're talking about. So with that, I'm going to let Laura briefly walk through. I know time is always an issue, but this idea of how that was determined. Again, this is one like for special ed that would fall below the 10%. And we also did that analysis by core region.
Thank you, Paul. So what you see here is a map that represents each of the core regions. And this data is coming from our district landscape survey. So the red regions had 75% or more of the districts reporting that special education was an area where they weren't getting enough teachers. The yellow indicates 25 to 75% of our districts in those regions saying that they did not have enough special education teachers. And that doesn't necessarily map perfectly onto, right, like the severe, profound, or the core, or the mild, moderate, but it is an indication of the fact that our districts generally feel like they struggle with special education, getting enough special education teachers. And then what you see in the chart at the bottom is the analysis Paul mentioned that we did, where we said, looking at our teachers who were teaching in 2014-15, how many of them would, if we had raised that cut score, would not have achieved it. Now, what we can't account for is people who, if they hadn't hit it, would have gone and retested and things like that. And because of that, you might imagine moving forward that these numbers would actually be a little bit even lower, because you would imagine some people would go and retake the test if they didn't hit the cut score. So what you see generally here is that we lose less than 10% of that teaching workforce, which is why these are some of the recommended areas. So that was thinking more about the supply. Now we're going to think about the effectiveness. So what you see here is that thinking of our less effective teachers who were in that special ed mild moderate category, 16% of the ones who are less effective would not have passed if the cut score had been the national recommended cut score, whereas of our highly effective teachers in this category, 9% of them would not have passed had the cut score been raised. So what's kind of covered up by our little video screen right there is that our less effective teachers tended to have a lower average praxis score than our highly effective teachers. So there is a relationship between the praxis and our teacher effectiveness measures, but it's not perfect, right? So when we raise a cut score, we're getting rid of some potentially highly effective teachers.
I think part of what we were after then is the ideal ratio of losing more of the less effective than the highly effective on the ones that we're recommending to raise. Because as you'll see, I think the ones we don't have shown, when we get to the ones that are below that line, that often both impacts dramatically supply and also dramatically impacts the far right highly effective would be significantly higher, or could possibly be as high as the less effective.
Jump in if you have questions. Yes.
Sorry, we probably shouldn't have done that. So my memory of our conversations around this were that we were asking, and we didn't vote on it to be fair, so maybe there's confusion. We were asking that all of them that were below the national minimum come back to us at least at the national minimum. So I get that you're explaining to us why that didn't happen. And what I'm hearing here is that first analysis was supply, and I appreciate that. And the second analysis, which I think should be the first analysis, is quality. But what I'm also hearing is some confusion about whether praxis and quality are connected or not. So, I mean, I guess at some point, maybe we need a larger conversation on whether praxis needs to be like what we're doing to determine teacher licensure. But in the absence of that, I'm going to get to the question. How many, I saw you said most states are at least at the nationally recommended minimum, which is what we're asking for. What is most states?
Have that in notes.
Awesome.
Let's see.
I know, yeah, and we'll find, I know it's a majority,
So German.
it's like 29, right?
PLT.
PLTs are lower, like 15. For the early childhood, like the K6 is 24, the PLT, the middle school is 19, but then it jumps up to like 23 for the higher ed, or for the secondary.
So it's most states of the states who use it, right? So
Right.
That's why.
That's 36 states.
Right, I think that's right at 35, 36 that are there.
What do other states use?
And it's a combination. I know in some of our, and even in our TBR with EdTPA uses that. I know Massachusetts has designed their own. that piece. I know the commission will talk in a moment and further on an FAQ to talk about, and so there's a combination that is used.
So, I mean, maybe I just need to simplify, but in my mind, the question is, are we going to use Praxis? Are we going to do something else? And if we're going to use Praxis, should we at least be at the nationally recommended minimum on everything? And then you deal with supply. And I appreciate that some of these subjects, again, we're going right back to it's all connected. Some of these subjects are hard to staff, but does that mean that we staff them with people who can't get this job in 36 other states? But here we are, Tennessee, saying, come on in, we don't need you to be at the recommended national minimum. I mean,
Right. No, I appreciate that. And I think that's where we're heading, both on two levels. One, phase one, which is this first recommendation of those 9, and then phase 2, additional analysis on the supply and the quality, especially to recognize and be careful on both of those. I know we're also, there's been some early thinking about using the EdTPA and using that as an assessment on the PLT to replace the PLT. So it's coupled with Praxis to give you even a more in-depth, thorough piece, since that is more specific and deeper related to specific subjects and units that prospective teachers are doing in their field study or in their field work. So I think there's, the thinking is that's why that would be that phase 2 to do a lot of analysis and additional supply and quality analysis.
And again, my frustration is that I've been asking about this. I think the board has been asking about it before I got on the board. So there's just been, so I understand it's complicated. It takes time. I get all that, but there are kids in classrooms every day that need us to have a sense of urgency around making sure they have great teachers in every classroom. And that's why I sound like pain, but,
No, I
but
appreciate
I just
that.
feel like we
Yeah.
need to just make some decisions and move so that kids get what they deserve.
And I think as Laura just noted, that the idea that there is a relationship, and if you want to expand on that slightly more, based on what we found between the less effective and the more effective.
Sure. So, and our team is going to dig into this a little bit deeper. Obviously, we would like to even specifically look at people who are teaching in the particular area and then their relationship with the Praxis score in the particular area. We're gaining better information through Tennessee Compass as to what people are actually teaching. That's going to allow us to do that analysis. Believe it or not, it's actually hard to know what people are actually teaching, because somebody might be 25% a CTE teacher, 25, things like that. So, and the other piece that, we eventually would like to get into is how this actually disproportionately might affect some of our minority teachers, because some of our administrator research, where we've looked at this raising cut scores for administrators, right? So those are some things we have planned. As I think Paul said, we feel like this is phase 1. These are the places where we have looked and have seen, okay, it doesn't seem to impact supply too much. It seems like the relationship is showing that this is going to more so affect our less effective teacher community than it would affect our highly effective teacher community, so that we feel good about making the recommendation to raise the Praxis scores in those areas before we could feel confident making the same recommendations with the others. We want to dig a little bit deeper. But back to that question of the relationship, like I said, people who tended to score higher on the Praxis tended to be your better teachers, but it's not perfect, right?
And what about the correlation to teacher preparation programs? Does that not play into this equation too? So are we certain that preparation programs are preparing these teachers so that they can in fact make the cut, if you will?
That's a good question. And on the educator, I don't know if Laura, if you want to jump in on this, because this is one of the measures that has been included on that teacher prep report card.
But it would be on that redesign report card, Lillian, in terms of how programs do on the whole in terms of getting their graduates to pass.
That's right.
I understand, and I think if we raise the cut scores, and I'm not opposed to that in theory, the challenge and the issue is if they're not being prepared, then how in the world will they ever pass and be endorsed appropriately? Am I making sense? Yes.
Which is why I think there's so much conversation about what we can do to improve educator preparation. So this is, I'm not sure I need it, but I talk pretty loudly. This slide is moving to that next area, thinking about the PLTs. And this is, again, the data from our district landscape survey. And what we see here is that most districts say no problem getting early childhood and elementary education teachers. Whereas a few more of our districts say that, getting middle grades teachers tends to be a little bit problematic, although it wasn't it's not the red category where it was more than 75% of the districts saying that this is a challenge. And what you see in that bottom chart is that the impact on supply tends to be fairly minimal. So again, what we have here is people saying not too much of a problem, and also going along with that is the issue is the fact that it's not affecting supply that much. And then again, here is the percent of our less effective teachers that had not have met that higher recommended score, and it was 5%, whereas only 2% of the highly effective group would not have or did not meet that nationally recommended cut score. So this is just bringing it back to the full list of ones where there is a recommended cut score and a current cut score, and saying that our recommendation at this time is to move to the recommended cut score in those areas.
I'll say briefly, and I know the commissioner then has some additional information to add on to that question. I think is really important. We're seeing that especially around, like, for example, really specifically, but a huge impact around like the team rubric being integrated into teacher prep programs. And the more that that's integrated into, so when they're in their field experience, they know that the faculty knows that those programs are having tighter integration and then better preparation for those candidates coming into certainly not just praxis, but then that transition to districts. But that's, you think about we're in year 5 of evaluation. So you think of that importance and the time that it's taken to get our 40+ teacher preparation programs to realize and recognize the importance. And I know that certainly was a focus, for example, at Lipscomb, under the commissioner, for the idea of really honing in and being tight on the expectations for teachers once they leave the preparation program. And I just wanted to mention that as one example of a sign of movement and growth of our prep programs being more intentional to integrate that in as well. So.
Okay.
Thank you.
Questions? Paul or? Great. Yeah, Mike.
PLT is pedagogy. Is everything else content?
Yeah, unless I'm missing something on I believe that there is, right? Yeah.
Okay. I've dreaded this thing for 2 months.
Before you get into that, Commissioner, you want to?
I don't know.
Go.
You want me to go ahead and?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You may take the pain out.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I think we have some copies coming around too of 2 documents. One's an FAQ on educator preparation programs, and one is a timeline document. I'll let those come around. So at the last board meeting, I presented a theory of action around what we were doing related to educator preparation. And it was related to the educator preparation policy that was passed in October of 2014, as well as a licensure policy. It gave some indication of the direction of the teacher prep report card that Laura has already talked about in the annual report. We had quite a few technical challenges during my presentation, and so I have a feeling you didn't remember anything that we talked about. So we actually did try to clarify it much better, give some timelines, and things have happened between the January meeting and this meeting that have clarified this even more for all of us. And so we felt like you needed a bit more information, and then certainly we can have some questions. One, I do want to note in the FAQ, we have also tried to take some questions that have come to us between the January meeting and today.
some of them actually have already come during this meeting, and so we wanted to clarify that in the document that you can also review. A couple things I will highlight. We are on track to implement the teacher preparation or the educator preparation policy that was passed back in October 2014 on the timeline. That was part of the implementation plan in Appendix F of that document. So the exact timeline that was laid out is the timeline that we're on. The implementation working group that has been working laid out again in that document for 18 months. We'll have worked 18 months during this process to make decisions. So the policy again that was passed, I want to look down at number 3 on the FAQ, really has 4 different areas that I want to make sure we understand as we think about what's new and different about this policy than what we're currently doing. First, Laura alluded to this. We do have annual reports. And annual reports are that. It's annual. So we have this teacher preparation report card that will actually be external facing. We will have these very specific areas that will also be in the annual report. So you'll see a variety of metrics. So 10 metrics. These 10 metrics are also more specifically spelled out on each of these annual reports that go directly to the institution. It gives more detail, more data, more specificity. That again is institution specific. The external facing report card will then be this high level, I love the comment, the high school student or the student who is thinking about coming back to school could pick up and get a quick snapshot of what's the provider actually, what does it look like in terms of quality. So first we have these annual reports, we have these report cards, and you're going to see on the timeline document that we will have the report card at the end of this calendar year, so November, and then the first version of the annual report will come out the beginning of 2017. So in February, these universities will now get the first version of this new annual report. They will get that using our new metrics going forward, and it will be the first time that they've seen this. And we will begin then doing that again on an annual basis. At that same time, we will be putting out for the first time that I know of, a comprehensive state of educator preparation report that looks at not only supply and demand issues that we're studying, and I know Laura and her team will be working with us on this, but also some general work around educator preparation, looking at this nationally. How does Tennessee fit into that picture? What's work that we believe we still need to do? What's the landscape of what we're currently doing in Tennessee? And then we plan to have an educator preparation summit along with that report and this new educator report card and these new annual reports to make this a summit that has a variety of stakeholders involved and really raise some of the questions that we've had about educator preparation for the world to see. So this is truly a version of a report that we believe will be provocative and will provide us with some great conversation over the next few months as we create action around the policies that this board has already passed and look at new opportunities. You can see we do have a comprehensive review. We are shoring that up more. And comprehensive reviews mean that every 7 years, a report will still come out, but that doesn't mean they're only getting reviewed every 7 years. That means that every year, meaning when you get an annual report, every year you could also have to go through an interim review because your annual report did not meet certain thresholds that we've made a decision that it should meet. So every year you could have an interim review, meaning you could be reviewed more closely on specific areas that weren't appropriate. Let's say you have really poor outcome data, which will be part of our metrics. Then you would be reviewed yearly on that. The focus review is if you get to the comprehensive review and it doesn't look like you have done the things that you've been asked to do the year before, because remember there are these annual reports every year, or things have spiraled with a particular program over the last several years, then you could also have a focus review at the comprehensive review moment. All of the actual, and you'll see this as a note at the bottom of page 2, we are in the process of determining all the aspects of the interim review because they will be based on thresholds that we set. So if your particular annual report doesn't meet certain specifications on these 10 or so outcome metrics, then that could trigger that you would now have this interim review. Our implementation working group has certainly been working with us on definitions around all the terminology and the actual data that we would use to determine how those metrics are displayed, how we talk about the metrics, but we will also be looking at the thresholds that would be part of that. If you look at page 3, you'll see more about the review cycle, the implementation of that review. On page 4, I think you would be very interested in the bullets that are actually toward the bottom of the FAQ document on page 4. These are the metrics that would be part of the annual report. So you saw some of these earlier when Laura was reporting on the report card. Recruitment and selection, placement, retention, completer satisfaction, employer satisfaction, completion rates, pass rates on the required exams, the level of effectiveness of the candidate, so this is completer impact, individual growth score ratings, and observation ratings, and those would come directly from our evaluation model. So these metrics would be reported annually for the graduates of the individual programs, not only program specific, but also specialty area specific. So let's say you have an undergraduate program, we would be looking at these by specialty area, your elementary program, your social studies preparation program, what you were doing in science, and so on. Page 5 actually starts laying out the timeline, and you can see that in written form. If you pick up the other document, that's several pages that have these delightful puzzle pieces on it, you will see how all of these things fit together in our timeline over the next couple years. But in 2016, starting truly in April, we are collecting data for the annual reports and the report card. We're contracting with the vendor for the report card that was mentioned earlier. We're analyzing the alignment between praxis exams and the student standards, which is something we will talk about at our first subcommittee meeting with some of you. We are beginning the development of the educator preparation program portal, and we have our next meeting of the implementation working group, which again, remember, this group is deciding sort of definitions of all of these metrics and the specific data that we will be using. In quarter 3, the report card data will be delivered to the state board by our educator prep programs. We'll have our final meeting of this IWG group that has been on this 18-month journey with us, and we will refine our draft protocols for the comprehensive review. And you will note in the FAQ, there's a series of items that we have been designing, and all of these are going to go through a very quick pilot process in the fall with select educator prep programs, but we're designing an employer survey that every single educator prep program will be using, meaning we're going to be using it with their candidates' employers. We'll do the same thing with their candidates, but the beauty of this is educator prep programs, districts, folks in the field have helped us design this. So there's been great buy-in. Again, that was very important with this implementation working group. The wisdom of the board was to include this process that was extraordinarily collaborative. The quarter 4 of 2016, I've already noted those items. If you flip to the next page, on page 6, you will notice some of the work that will begin in 2017. And then number 7 of the FAQ shows the timeline for full implementation of the policy. And 8 is around licensure. 9 is about T-Encompass. And then 10 is about our visioning of the work going forward. And I wanted to note, because this came up already in our conversation today, we did note some additional questions, and specifically number 12 is about how can we support districts in decreasing the number of courses taught by educators who do not hold the appropriate endorsement. The first thing we are doing is analyzing the data. Second, we must analyze the specific demand for the certain endorsement area in which we have teachers teaching out of that endorsement area. Once you can determine the demand, you can go back into educator prep programs and in these partnerships with districts, and you can either incentivize or otherwise make sure that they actually have candidates coming out of these programs that match the district needs or the regional needs that they have. There's lots of options. I've looked at a couple other states and what they're doing, but we're not there yet because we actually have to analyze what the issues are. What is the demand issue that we have? And then we can begin thinking about recommendations to you and to our EPPs about how do we make sure they're creating programs that actually match what the region needs and what the state needs. And finally, we do have to support the decreased reliance on educators teaching out of their endorsement area. And to do that, we know this development of these primary partnerships with districts between the district and the EPP is extraordinarily important. Amy Wooten and some of our team is actually working on that this week, where we're designing much tighter district agreements. So going forward, they're actually going to be part of the annual report. So how the district defines these partnerships will actually then weigh in on whether that particular program gets all of their points on their annual report. So there has to be this tight-knit relationship, and there has to be an assessment of need, and the program actually will need to match some of this assessment of need to do well on their annual reports every year. So a lot of work to be done there, but we are digging into that very deeply even this week. And then 13 is about our licensure policy. I thought you might want an update. But this document, and I'll end here for time's sake, I hope you will go through it and see how the different pieces of this policy work together and how we're actually conceptualizing them from a how's the report card, the annual report, the comprehensive review, the interim reviews, how do they fit together, and how does this data actually inform all pieces, which was where the puzzle pieces come from, all pieces of the work that we're doing. I'll stop there because I'm sure there are questions.
Hey, Mike.
You might want to sit back down in a minute because I'm wanting to go back and talk about cut scores. But one thing about the teacher prep program that I wanted to just mention, and it's more of a there are a lot of shalls and EPPs may want to, and language like improve. They're all ill-defined, or they're suggestions, and I wonder, one on the, I could go through, should be addressed, it may include. Are those intentional languages, or are they something that we really want to be a must, and we just put should in there? But the real stuff is any of the things that where we have show improvement, are we going to be, because all I see is the policy we're doing, are we being definitive on what is going to be expected for them to do? Because anything can be improved.
Sure. Well, I'll start with the language in the policy. I was not here when the policy was passed, so we're implementing based on that. Those things are will. So I will say how we're implementing this is about the actual preparation program will be doing this. That's how we're setting up our metrics. That's how we're setting up the annual report process and how it feeds into the comprehensive review and the potential of an interim review. So if there was a different definition of what those words meant, you can certainly share, but that is how we're interpreting it.
Example. Implementation standards for professional education standards should be addressed throughout the coursework and related clinical experiences. And when I read it, I said, well, I think education standards shall be addressed. Courses that address professional education standards may include some of the, it may be suggestive and intentional. I don't know. I just raised that question.
Well, I will say, obviously, all of that is part of our state review process with our new standards under CAPE, and it's part of the annual review process that we will now have through these reports. So I would interpret those for the most part as will. If there is a particular area that you have a question about, we can look at it.
Mike, just to add, again, I was on the department when we were beginning to create this overhaul policy. It was a major overhaul at the time, and still actually a massive policy. And I think part of, and we need to go back to it and check on those questions that you have, I think. But part of the change that I think we're attempting to make as a state is that we're less regulatory on those inputs. So, in terms of the alignment on the course sequencing and sort of the left, right that you would potentially tell a program to do. What we know is that the highly effective programs in our state take different courses of action on some of those sort of inputs and course creation, but we want to be much tighter on the outcomes that we expect of the graduates. So I think it's probably a little bit of both. We probably need to go back to your point and look at the language about sort of the requirements and our expectations for what they'll do on the input and course design side. But I think the other trade-off is that we're trying to free them up to think innovatively and you know, make good decisions on how they get to the end where we're going to be tighter on the outcomes we expect.
One other thing that I had, when I look at it, it appears as though so much of the data that we're relying on is self-reported. And do we have a mechanism by which to verify?
And Laura, you can probably see some of it is self-reported, but the data I think that we care the most about is actually not.
Yeah, the vast
self-reported.
majority will not be, and before I know you're going to be more specific on the actual report card, but we will be weighting the things that would be the more outcome data heavier. I mean, that's the goal, is that this was a policy that moved from, I think Sarah said it well, from input to outcome, right? That was the whole point of the policy, so they would be weighted heavier. You want to weigh in on that?
And I would just also add, I know with some of the work that you all are doing on T-Encompass and the EdPrep portal, that programs are now the ones that make the recommendation about a candidate for licensure. So we have from the outset now information that this person went to this school, and we're able to tag that back to a lot of the other data at the department about that candidate. So there are verification systems in place to make sure that we've got accurate data about who attended what program and ultimately what their effectiveness data is or their praxis data or things like that.
One final question. Based on our timeline, when will the first college student step out under the new and walk into the classroom?
So our first annual reports will come out in February. So as soon as a institution has an annual report, then graduates who would be in that program, students that are in that pathway, would be under this new process with the annual report. So remember, anytime you have the annual report, you could put a program in an interim review process, which could lead to all kinds of things. But ultimately, those thresholds would have to be met, so they would not be put in the interim review process. So as early as February, candidates who are in programs would be under that process. And I'll mention something about, oh, I'm sorry, Wendy, about cut scores, and then I am going to sit down. On the cut score front, we certainly hear the concerns about cut scores, and we have them as well. We also wanted to do additional research. We're doing that on two fronts, and so let me share why we're doing that. There was obviously a reason why. Again, it was before my time. I don't know who would have been here, but before my time, there was a reason why those cut scores were set where they were, right? For whatever reason, they were not set at the national cut score moment. They were cut in a different place. So we are trying to do what we believe is responsible and say, there's got to be a reason why that happened. And let's look at what the supply and demand issue would be while we're phasing in all of these new quality components anyways. All of that's happening right now that will improve programs. And make sure that when we're giving that recommendation that we haven't ignored some reasoning that was there, because we do see in some of this data that there are programs that would cut out more people that are highly effective based on moving to that cut score than you would think. And so we want to be very conscious of that as we're making the recommendations. So first set of recommendations now, second set of recommendations the next time we meet. But it's because we've got to take time to look at the data to make sure there's nothing funny there. We just don't have any candidates in those programs, and there was a reason why it was there. That's not a reason not to move the cut score, but we may want to phase it in differently as we create either new programs in that area or we incentivize, quite frankly, new programs in that area and look at why don't we have people coming through German? Why don't we have people coming through world languages? Why don't we have more highly effective candidates coming through some of these programs? So it was really trying to look at, be responsible about, there was some reasoning there had to have been. So we've got to take a moment, not very long, quite frankly, in the scheme of things, to actually look at that and say, let's make the right recommendation. We're doing the same thing with the performance assessment, which we will be bringing to you at our next meeting. We will be recommending moving into every candidate will have to have a performance assessment. The reason we had it ready for this meeting, but we were also analyzing our data to make sure the cut score recommendation that we give you would actually be at the highest level it could be and to bring in the most highly effective candidates. So Laura did a great analysis, which we can go ahead and share with you from some initial data from our TBR institutions. We have this wonderful moment that we actually already have candidates in the field who have done EdCPA. They've already been out in the field teaching with an EdCPA score.
So we're looking at what's their effectiveness rating and what was their EdTPA score to be able to bring you at the next meeting, not only that recommendation, but here's the cuts what we recommend as well.
Okay,
My question is actually follow up on that potentially. So last meeting, when we had the conversation about raising all the cut scores to the minimum, I asked timeline, and I was told for, whatever the recommendation would be first reading this meeting, second reading July, and then I was told there would be at least a year of onboarding that. And I think I and several other members encouraged a little more sense of urgency and speed. So I guess my question is these this is one question, with these recommendations, is that still going to be the timeline? So we're still looking at another year and a half, essentially, before these become the actual recommendations or the actual requirements.
Yes.
Okay. And then, to answer I wasn't here either when these cut scores, but I mean, there's a time in the past when Tennessee got an F for truthfulness too, right? And so we have all these high expectations. We have this plan to be the fastest, continue to be the fastest improving, be in the top. And I just fundamentally have a problem with being below the nationally recommended minimums for the people we're putting in the classroom. And so my question, and there's not a procedural question, if there was a recommendation at the board meeting tomorrow that differed with this recommendation, if there was a recommendation to increase all of the cut scores to the nationally recommended minimum, would that be able to be voted on?
I'm looking to our parliamentarian, our lawyer, just Elizabeth.
And I'm just asking procedurally.
Yes, I think that would be a question too. We may have to confer.
Okay, yeah, I don't need it now. I'm just curious with the.
okay. One thing that is interesting, talking about F in advertising, we've recently gotten a B rating on teacher preparation, and it's tied for second in the country now. I don't know all the data behind all that, but I would hope that it's that good. But we haven't made progress. I was here when a lot of these cut scores we were talking about, and this board has been concerned about cut scores for at least 10 years, maybe longer. Carolyn, you can back me up on this. And the the excuse that we kept getting for not doing it was two, really, supply and demand that we're talking about here, and the other was impact on diversity. That was the two things that kept coming back, but they kept coming back with none of the data that we're talking about now, and absolutely no data concerning effectiveness. There's always just the supply and demand situation. You couldn't find the people, so forth. So and we've made progress. We've increased a lot of cut scores. Got some more to work on, but it's.
Right, I just don't want there to be an assumption that we're not bringing all of these recommendations, and they would be at the national level, I should put in national level, because we are moving in that direction, but we also want to do it in a responsible way, because we do have the data now that probably 5 years ago we would not have had. And we would hate to say we're raising it a level and we're losing 15% of highly effective teachers. Why is that? We're going to have to figure that out and do it in a timely manner. There's somebody else in here that wants to do this in more urgency than I do. But I will say to you, we also want to make sure that we're doing it in a way that brings people along, and it's not done in a way that we feel like that we don't have enough data to actually support it. Because where cut scores are, we're blessed that we're a state that has so much data, we can actually see if that's adequate or not, based on effectiveness.
And regardless of whether we can or not, I guess I would be concerned about increasing all those cut scores without any kind of notification out there that that's what we were going to do.
I'm just asking procedurally if that's something that is even in the realm of possibility.
I can just add one quick point to the commissioner's point. I think with the revised program approval policy, we do have this key lever around interim reviews that we've never had before. So in other words, the old policy, it was a 7-year cycle. We could never come in and say to a program, we want to issue an interim review based on critical deficiencies and require you to have a plan within the next 6 to 12 months to do that. So I think that goes hand in glove with what we're talking about on Praxis, just to make sure we do have multiple ways that's, for appropriate accountability that we've never had before under the revised policy. And that'll actually be touched upon tomorrow, because we'll have one EPP that falls under our revised policy now that has critical deficiencies that will trigger the interim review that we've never had before. So I think it's just, another way to make sure I see how this all fits together in a timely way.
Mike?
All right, so if you look at the statute that says what created us and what our job responsibilities are that we're required to do, if you look at any of our policies, there is nothing that we do that is more important that we have to get right is the certification standards that have candidates who have the skills and the content knowledge to do the job. It is something that we are going to have to work very hard to get right. We can't get it wrong. The problem that I have with the cut scores is, one, it's sort of like No Child Left Behind when we were jerry rigging, lowering the standards, we were getting up to 90%. But that's not really my problem. We've got here below that we're proposing in physics to keep the cut score at 144 when the national recommendation is 149. I don't know what that generally means. But specifically what it means is that there are 125 questions on the physics content exam. And if you score 61 of them correct, we give you an endorsement to teach Tennessee standards. If you look at math is 60 questions. And if you get 34 of those questions right, you get an endorsement in 8th grade math, Algebra 1, Algebra 2, trigonometry, geometry, pre-cal, cal, finance, all those things I don't even know. I voted for these cut scores for 5 years, and I have felt really, really good when we were able to set these things at the national recommended level. It is extremely hard for me knowing what I'm supposed to do under by virtue of being on my board, to vote for any system that doesn't instruct me that a candidate doesn't have the command of Tennessee standards at the level to be able to teach it. And this doesn't do it. I don't know what it tells us, but it certainly doesn't tell me that whether, and I'll be first to admit, I have no clue of how to look at pedagogy, but biology, you have 150 questions. If you score 55 right, you get an endorsement. In chemistry, you got 125 questions. If you get 59 right, we give you an endorsement. I can tell you folks, you do not want to go out on Main Street and tell parents that that's what's going on. We got to fix this. And I don't think it's something that we can do in some biblical time frame. We're going to have to get on.
Mike, let me suggest this. What we're looking at tomorrow is increasing the cut scores on the ones that have been recommending. We're not addressing the ones that are below the line. But what I'm hearing us say is that the committee that we put together is going to take a look at the others, both the supply situation and the effectiveness situation, and then come back to the July meeting with recommendations about how we ought to address those other cut scores.
No, sir. I am saying something totally different. I'm saying.
Well,
that-
now let me go on. Now I think that what I'm hearing you say is that there's a lot of question about the validity of praxis.
What I'm saying is, and it's in a request, but I would like for Sarah, Candace, the department, and I think SCORE came out today with a major thing to say to have the charge to develop a method by which they bring whatever to us that provides us information that we can agree, instructs us as to whether or not a candidate is going to be prepared both pedagogically and content-wise, so that we can make the best decision we can. I can't do it this. I don't know that praxis can't come with that, but whatever it is, I want something that isn't cut scores and stuff, and then you boil it down, and if you score less than 50% on the deal, we're getting. I don't want to do that. I don't want to. Now others, I can't speak for everyone. So tomorrow, how we vote on the cut scores and everything is really separate from. I don't want people to think we hit these. We raise.
Okay,
these
okay, yeah, I agree. I think that's what we're asking this committee to do, is in working with SCORE and the department and Sarah and everybody else to make sure we understand this and to get it right, and to do a large part of that work where we can come back with a report for the July meeting. So it's not the biblical time frame quite that you're mentioning.
Mr. Chairman, I do not want to delay this discussion, but I will confess, I don't think I know enough about praxis, and having only, well, I served on the board 2 years, but this subject matter hasn't been discussed at great length where I feel comfortable in knowing that praxis is the right tool to be utilizing. I don't know enough about it to say it is or it isn't. And so to even move forward with saying any further about cut scores, should we not be examining? And I don't even know how long we've utilized it as a state. So there's a lot of questions that are raised by this discussion today that we just haven't.
And I would say there's not many easy answers, but I do think all of this conversation speaks to the reason that we're creating the subcommittee to study teacher preparation and licensure requirements further, because I think it is a topic that really goes beyond the confines of this discussion that we can have today. But I do think Mike is making an important point that we can come together around in terms of some of the data that I know the department is already working on to help inform what plan we would want to have as a state for how we assess content in pedagogy. I think there's some things in motion that are going to be really important for the subcommittee to look at in May, and then for this board to look at in July around, performance assessment possibilities. And, again, I know praxis, we've got some representatives in the room, and they're prepared to come to the subcommittee and provide more information and answer questions and try to, help us see where we have alignment between the current praxis tests and our new standards, and where we may have some issues that we need to address. But I think I'm committed to this work, I can tell you that, and I know Candace is as well, and we can bring SCORE in, I think, potentially really use that subcommittee. We wear you out, because I think it's multiple meetings. But I think the question for you all is just, tell us timeline and what you want to happen. A lot of that is happening for May and July.
Okay. Commissioner, I think this document is really helpful. I think it answers, a lot of the questions. Now, the thing that, when I look at this, I realize that it's difficult to do all this. And I just hope that we can get this done within the time frame that you identified. And the time frame is longer than I would like for it to be. But, it's a lot of work in here, and hoping we can move forward, and I can address many of the issues that we have. Anything else on this subject? Let me suggest that we take a break. Would that work? We need to keep it as short as we possibly can, because we're way behind schedule here.
And everybody, we're still screaming. Be careful.
Mics are on.
Mics are on.
I love your house. But I did not know.
Well, I guess not. So, all right. I mean, so you'll take commercial. Right, but then right. We're all right.
I mean, everything else is
so when we're on the
And what would be, so I wonder.
That's fantastic.
So we'll definitely. And then it really comes to this point. Yeah, which I should be using. So then I'm school and there. It's more than a scratch. Okay, but it started reaching out to we actually started. I don't know much about
Hey, Martha, how are you, man? You're the only one calling.
And then.
So what's an answer?
Okay, great. Yeah. Well, we've had history of increased learning, but not. So we're trying to figure out details around that. We don't want to take away from the good work that's happening. So it's quite fit. So. Yeah, I know it's really bad. There's a switch that we tried to say that there will be a time frame to make the shift. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah, it's there. Let's reconvene here.
Yeah, but yeah. Okay, appreciate everybody getting back quickly here. We'll move to the next agenda item, which is the evaluation report, kind of continue. Okay, okay.
What we got.
What are we gonna do?
Sorry,
Oh, this is the next
my
one.
fault. Paul and I had just conferred. In the interest of time, he feels like he can share some of the evaluation report virtually, and once the final report comes out, if that's acceptable to the chairman. I'm
Okay.
sorry. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, good. No problem. Mike, you got any problem with that?
My ADD kicked in right at the break. Heard him.
Okay, the assessment standard setting process.
So good afternoon. What I'm going to talk about, my name is Dr. Nakia Towns. I'm the Assistant Commissioner for Data and Research. So we've had a conversation earlier about the content standards and updating our standards in the content areas for ELA, math, social studies, and science. This process is referred to as standard setting, but this is related to assessment standard setting. So let's get into a little bit more detail. Like, do I have the right? There we go. So the standard setting process for the assessment program. So the standard setting process is designed to make recommendations to the State Board of Education around the cut scores that are associated with our new assessments that we've introduced this year. So the new assessments this year are for ELA, math, and social studies. So the standard setting recommendations in terms of a timeline will be coming to the State Board of Education in the July-August timeframe, and we'll talk a little bit about what steps are going to be happening in between to get to those recommendations. And then we would expect to be able to have a second read of those recommendations for approval by the State Board of Education for consideration and approval by the State Board of Education in August-September timeframe. So those cut scores are very important because they determine the proficiency levels and what those scale scores are on our assessment program to be able to report full results for year one of TN Ready and the new social studies assessment. So the overarching goal here with the cut scores is to make sure that they align with the expectations of the Tennessee academic standards. We had mentioned a little earlier of where we were in the past when we had that F for truth in advertising, where we knew that we were saying in Tennessee that 90+% of our students were quote unquote proficient, when in reality, when we looked at national benchmarks, our students were nowhere near that in terms of proficiency. So standard setting matters because cut scores matter. So a way to talk about cut scores, you see here on this chart, level 1, 2, 3, and 4. We have historically deemed our performance level names as below basic, basic, proficient, and advanced. In the process that we're going through and gathering feedback from stakeholders, parents, educators, we plan to update the names of our performance levels to truly signal the change in expectations that aligns with these updated standards. So for now, I'm going to refer to those 4 performance levels just by the numerical reference. So level 1 being the lowest performance level, below basic as it's called today, and level 4 being the highest performance level, advanced as it's called today. And so what a cut score does is at each of those transition points between those 4 performance levels, it defines what is that scale score, what is that change in student performance that allows them to move to the next level of performance category. That's what the standard setting process for assessment allows us to do. So cut scores matter. I'm showing you a graph right now of the historical performance of TCAP proficiency rate for grades 3-5 combined, for ELA on the left-hand side, math on the right side, starting in 2010. So you can see where proficiency rates based on TCAP have been, and we've talked a lot about our stagnant to varying results around English language arts and the tremendous growth that we've seen in math. So that's TCAP proficiency rates. But then we also have NAEP, And this is where we've been trying to compare where is the rigor of our state assessment program compared to how our students are doing on this national benchmark with NAEP. And here you see that NAEP is given every other year. So we provided the trends since the 2007 year. And again, we have positive trends, but you can see on an absolute basis, the proficiency rates for 4th grade in reading and math are very different in NAEP than they are even still for our state assessment program. So why does that happen? Because there's two different sets of cut scores that are happening between our state assessment program and this national benchmark for NAEP. So the standard setting process is going to allow us to determine this student performance level for reporting and to make sure that we are reflecting the expectations of students' performance as defined by our standards. And this is mastery of the state standards. The goal is for us to be able to define where is mastery and then be able to report to our public what percent of our students have actually reached mastery across that continuum of performance levels. And so we will invite stakeholders, community members to participate in that process of setting the cut scores that they will bring recommendations to the State Board of Education. That process, though, all begins with defining our expectations in a qualitative way, giving a definition of those performance level descriptors. So let's talk a little bit about that. The performance level descriptors really go through what we call a refining process. You see here a sieve on the left-hand side where you get from large, rocks down to fine grains of sand. And that's how we think about the performance level descriptors process. So the broad descriptions of student performance that are not specific to content areas, those are what we call the policy level PLDs. And I'll actually be sharing those with you today. Range PLDs then get us more specifically into looking at grade band performance by content area, so a little more specific. Threshold PLDs are getting down to specifically what is the type of student performance, what are the skills that student is demonstrating for each content area based on the actual 4 levels of performance. So the threshold PLDs are actually set at the standard setting process during the summer, and that helps those participants in standard setting really define what is that point at which a student has moved from one performance level to the next. And we'll talk a little bit about that process. And then finally, we have reporting PLDs where we boil this down into parent-friendly language to be able to provide our student reports that go home so that parents understand what does it mean when my student has reached this level of performance, and kind of in language that is relatable to them and gives them a sense of how their student is performing and how they're on track towards that post-secondary readiness. It looks like we skipped several slides here. We might have gotten out of order. So there should be about 8 slides right after this on the presentation. So I don't have, can I have a paper copy? Thank you. I don't have it in front of me. Okay. So then on paper, we can talk about, I've already described the different types of performance level descriptors. So let me just get into the policy PLD. So I'm now on slide 11. So on slide 11, we did have the policy PLD committee meet in the December timeframe, and we had 15 participants that were from a range of educators in both higher ed and K-12. We had state board staff participating, TDOE and core staff, as well as educators at the principal, teacher, central office level. And so on slide 12, you can see the introduction, kind of our preamble to our policy PLDs that talk about what we're trying to accomplish and what these PLDs at the policy level describe. And the key notes here are that we are trying to define particular skills and knowledge at each performance level based on the expectations of the Tennessee academic standards, and that is towards this vision of post-secondary success for our students. So when you look at slide 13, I'm going to start with that level 4 descriptor. And you'll notice that each of the performance level descriptors, this broad policy level PLD, is not content specific, and they have sort of a rhythm in terms of similar language, but we've highlighted in red text the key differences in terms of each performance level. And so remember, level 4, which is we're calling at this moment as a placeholder for what we have known as advanced, is the highest level. But I want to start and talk about level 3, which is what we now call proficient. So when you look at level 3, the descriptor at the policy for the policy PLD states that performance at this level demonstrates that the student has a comprehensive understanding and a thorough ability to apply the grade and course level knowledge and skills defined by the Tennessee academic standards. A comprehensive understanding and thorough ability. And what we are saying, and the policy committee, policy PLD committee that developed this recommendation back in December, is being very clear that from heretofore, proficient means that the student has demonstrated mastery of the standards. Doesn't seem controversial, but we haven't always been there in Tennessee. But we have drawn a bright line that says a student who performs at level 3, the proficient student, has demonstrated mastery at a comprehensive understanding and thorough ability. So when we are able to return this summer with the results of the standard setting process, keep in mind that we have set this bar that says that the proficient student has truly demonstrated mastery. You can see on slide 14 that the performance level definition for level 2 and level 1 shows the language that's around a student who has not quite demonstrated mastery, but where they are along that continuum of performance. And so that is what's guiding the policy PLDs, are then guiding the range PLD and then ultimately the threshold PLD process. So looking at the range PLDs, this is where we start to define based on content area and grade band. And you can see on slide 16 where we start that transition to take those policy PLDs and actually apply them to the content and the grade band level. So on slide 17, you can see that we have, in March, we hosted 54 educators to be committee members to define those range PLDs. So those are in draft form. They're currently being reviewed and defined, and we will be working on refining those range PLDs during the month of April, and we should be able to release finalized range PLDs in early May, as the timeline indicates on slide 18. So this gets us into the threshold PLDs, which are really setting the stage for standard setting and the recommendations that will be brought back to the State Board of Education. So looking at slide 22, the standard setting committee, there are 11 committees that are based on the content areas, grade bands, as well as the high school content areas. And so we've defined 11 committees that will have members from multiple stakeholder groups, including educators, higher education partners, parents, and community members including business leaders, employers, and others who have an interest in some type of content background related to the committee that they're serving on. So we're in the process of trying to recruit close to 200 folks to help us in the standard setting process. So what does that 200 committee look like, those people who are participating? On slide 23, we talk about the most important qualification is that they have some background in the tested content. And so for those who are not educators, that may mean that this is a person who works in the engineering field, which means that they have a strong knowledge of math content, quantitative processing that might make them a good fit for one of the secondary math standard setting committee. That we have people who are familiar with students who work with us through a variety of different youth development efforts. When you think about our 10 Achieves mentor, people who might work with Boys and Girls Clubs, so they have some familiarity with the students who are they're looking at and participating in that standard setting committee. And then finally, we need diverse backgrounds, and that's diversity in terms of gender, years of experience for our educators, the region of Tennessee that they come from, ethnicity, and the student population that they work with. So when we think about this standard setting process, and we're taking applications right now through April 25th, we have to have not only 200 members participate, but they have to be 200 members that represent the wide diversity of the state of Tennessee. So that means we need to recruit applicants to the tune of 600 to 700 applicants to make sure that we get the diversity that we need to define these standard setting committees. So going back to then, what do those committees do? Slide 24 revisits the cut score process. And I'm going to give just a very quick overview with slide 25 and 26 in terms of the work that they're doing in that standard setting committee. This is a very simplified view of this, of something that takes a lot of time and there's a lot of consensus building, but this gives you a high level view. So the first thing that's happening with standard setting is that after our committee members are trained and provided some information around the standard setting process, around national benchmarking data, what they're going to be exposed to is an actual booklet of items that students in Tennessee have responded to. So the reason that standard setting comes after the administration of the assessment is that we want data around student performance from those who actually took the test this year. And what they're going to be interfacing with is what's called an ordered item booklet. And the ordered item booklet organizes each of those items from the least challenging to the most challenging, based on how students were able to respond. So that ordered item booklet allows for educators to then look at the threshold PLDs that they've written and look at what content is being assessed by each of those items. And as they go through the notion of what does it mean to be a student who's performing at level 1, they're then actually looking at items that were provided on the assessment and saying, would a student who's at the lowest performance level have gotten this item correctly based on what that item is asking and what skill is being measured. And so as the committee goes through this process of building consensus, they move up the ordered item booklet, and at some point they get to a place that says, you know, this item would really be too difficult for a student who's at that level 1 of performance. And if the committee agrees that that item would be too difficult for the student that they're targeting, that level 1 student is where they'd start, then that's what they would set the marker. And they would say, this is the cut point. We believe that a student would have to be in the next highest performance level to be able to have responded to this question correctly. And so on the process goes until they've set 3 cut points and they've defined the 4 performance levels based on those threshold PLDs. So with that, gives you a high level overview of what the standard setting process looks like, who's going to be participating in it, and what you can expect when we bring recommendations to the State Board of Education in that July-August timeframe based on the work of the Standard Setting Committee. And I'll open it up for questions.
Okay, questions? Obviously a good process. To what extent do we expect the results of this to align with the NAEP categories?
So that's a good question. And frankly, we don't have a set expectation as to what's going to occur. It's going to be up to the standard setting committees to make those definitions. But I will say, going back to the policy PLD description, that we have said that student mastery at level 3 demonstrates a comprehensive and thorough understanding and ability to apply. So what that's going to mean, we believe that that reflects the same level of rigor as the NAEP proficiency definition. So we would expect that we might see a closer alignment based on the guidance that's already been set up based on the policy PLDs. We believe that the discrepancies that we've seen historically is because we didn't have that very clear definition that said proficiency means student mastery of the content. So that's where, you know, this whole thing is guided by our qualitative expectations in alignment with those very rigorous standards that we have adopted. So that's where we think we should see some convergence of what's happening in terms of the national benchmarks and what's happening with our state assessment program.
And to what extent do we assume that the NAEP standards align with the Tennessee standards?
So that's a great question. There was a lot of conversation about that with regard to the 2015 NAEP. You know, with all of the states who adopted new standards in the last 3 to 4 years, we did know, to clarify with NAEP, NAEP is a grade band assessment. So when we talk about 4th grade NAEP, it's really assessing content from K4. When we talk about 8th grade NAEP results, it's assessing content from 5-8. And so there was some conversation about where skills are introduced in certain grade bands now that folks have adopted updated standards versus where they're being assessed on the NAEP in 4th grade versus 8th grade. So I will say that there is, you know, quite a bit of overlap in alignment, but certainly there was some notion that there were a few places where skills were being introduced in state standards later than they were being assessed on the NAEP assessment. In Tennessee, the NAEP information, our content team, Dr. Tammy Shelton and I, we had a great conversation about this as she was leading the standards revision work. And our educators certainly kept an eye towards, as we've made some recommendations to introduce some skills in different grade levels, some of the updates that you have seen that have been made in early literacy in particular, as well as secondary math, were some of the places that you saw some mismatches that I believe that our standards revision process is helping to reflect what makes more sense in terms of educator feeling on when we should be introducing certain skills. So we believe that there's large alignment, and we do know that when there were some places for some mismatch in Tennessee, we've got a revision process underway that means we'll be adopting those revised standards in 17-18.
Okay. Other questions?
So is it our expectation that the performance levels are going to see a drop statewide?
So great question. The question was around, is it our expectation that we are going to see a decline in proficiency rates? And the answer to that is yes. We have raised, similar to the transition that we went through in 2008-9, where we raised our cut scores on the historical TCAP assessment. We saw dramatic changes in terms of proficiency rates, where average proficiency, let's say in elementary reading language arts, went from that 90% level to about 50%. So this is kind of the next phase in terms of, in that case, what we did was raise our cut score on what was really still not a very rigorous assessment. We now have a very rigorous assessment in alignment with very rigorous standards. We've set a very clear bar for what it means to be proficient at level 3. So what does that mean? We should expect that there's going to be a reset around proficiency rates that align with our expectations. The good news about that is every time we've raised expectations in Tennessee, our students and educators have risen to the challenge. And what we see is that there may be that initial decline in proficiency, but then you see over time how our students perform and improve their mastery of the content based on the expectations that we've set. So our view is that what we're really doing is making sure that in terms of the long-term view of post-secondary readiness, that this is going to be a much better reflection of making sure that we prepare our students to be successful in post-secondary institutions.
Okay, Wendy?
Do you think that the challenges that happened with the TN Ready this year are going to play into where these thresholds are marked? And do you then see, assuming that we do go online next year statewide, do you see a big potential for a big variation in where those cut scores are year to year?
So lots of great questions there. So let's talk about what's happening in terms of the transition with TN Ready. TN Ready was really including multiple transition points, right? And only one of which being the transition to go online versus paper pencil. But the bulk of the transition was really about the alignment between our standards and introducing these additional question types that would get at higher order thinking skills that we haven't had historically. So with regard to the paper pencil transition, which obviously we would have preferred that we would not be in the situation where we had to make that adjustment based on the challenges with the online format. But we can say that we are still very confident that the other goals that we had for the TN Ready transition, we've still maintained progress on those goals. We did introduce the multiple question types where we've got these higher order thinking skills that are reflected in our assessment. And we are aligned to our current state standards on this assessment. So all that being said, said, we do believe that TN Ready is still assessing the new standards that we have and the higher expectations. The second part of your question in terms of if and when we make the online transition, how will we compare results from this paper pencil year to if and when we move to the online format? We absolutely have that type of analysis built into the psychometric process that we use at the end of every assessment process. So we have something that's called post-equating, where we look at comparability between forms, and comparability between forms means not only paper pencil, but mode, right? Whether or not it was online or a paper pencil based assessment. And we do something that's called a test mode effect study. Our psychometricians, we have 2 full-time psychometricians on staff, as well as we have psychometricians who work with our vendor, and we have an oversight, a technical advisory committee for large-scale assessment, which includes 6 national experts around psychometrics and large-scale assessment, who are all advising us on how we conduct that test mode effect study to figure out, was there a statistically significant difference between students who took the test paper pencil and students who took the test online that can be attributed to mode and not to content mastery. If we find that there are statistically significant differences, then that's when you make adjustments to the scaling process. And that's really the benefit of a standardized assessment, is that you have a scale score that allows you to make comparisons, valid comparisons between students across the different forms that we have and the different modes. So all of that is going to be worked through as we look at the psychometric process and ensure that we do have scale scores that are comparable, where we can say that student performance this year, we can actually make some type of conclusion around student performance on 15-16 and student performance in 16-17, regardless of whether we're paper pencil or online.
Okay. Other questions? Okay. Towns, thank you. Good process. We'll let you move to the next subject.
Yes. So now let's move to a related subject. So accountability update. One of the things that we were just touching upon in terms of what has been the accountability flexibility that's been offered as we move through this first year of TN Ready and the new social studies assessment. So one of the questions that we often hear is, how will this transition impact the value-added data that we generate and publish through our TVAS system? And so the one thing that we have made sure that we've clarified through this transition is that TVAS does not look at absolute achievement. So we have already discussed that we fully expect that achievement will decline, meaning proficiency rates will decline. But that does not mean that we will still not be able to measure growth in terms of how students are doing relative to their peers and relative to their own historical performance on our assessment. So as we have seen in our various transitions in our assessment program, it's prudent to remind us that we've had TVAS in Tennessee since 1992. And during that time, we've had a half dozen assessment transitions, including from transitioning from criterion reference to norm reference and back again, changes from vendors, changes from standards, and each of those years since 1992, we've been able to produce TVAS results. And so the next slide really gives you an example of the assertion that we're making around even when proficiency rates decline, we can still see teachers and schools earning strong growth scores. So this chart, the first pie chart, shows in 2008-9 for Algebra 1, where our proficiency rates were as a state in terms of our Algebra 1 proficiency rate. So this was prior to our change to cut scores. So 77% of students were proficient in 2008-9 on Algebra 1 assessment. The pie chart shows you the distribution of effectiveness among teachers who taught Algebra 1 from level 1, the least effective measure for TVAS, to level 5, the most effective, teachers who were showing the most statistically significant growth for their students. So you see that distribution in the first pie chart. Then between 08 and 08-9 and 9-10, we did raise the cut scores, and there was an immediate impact on the proficiency rates for Algebra 1. Proficiency declined to 41%. But again, you see in the pie chart the distribution of teacher effect scores that year, just across the level 1 through 5. And you can see that they were very similar in 2008-9 and 9-10. And then you see in 10-11 where the proficiency rates were for Algebra 1. We had a rebound as we fully expect, and we've noted that student proficiency rates increased from 41% in Algebra 1 to 47%. But again, you look at the distribution of teacher effect, and you can see that we had a distribution of teachers who were still able to earn strong TVAS performance, and there was not a dramatic impact in terms of that distribution based on the change in proficiency rates. So this graphic really demonstrates that TVAS and proficiency don't move together because they're measuring two different things. Achievement and growth are two different constructs, and we're still able to measure student growth even as we make this transition to a more rigorous assessment. In addition to this notion around TVAS and still being able to generate TVAS data, what we have done is that in 2014, the state legislature introduced and passed the Tennessee Teaching Evaluation Enhancement Act. So that initial legislation allowed for a phase-in of use of TVAS data based on the Tennessee Ready results and the first year of the new social studies assessment. Moreover, it provided that districts had complete discretion in terms of how they want to use data from teacher evaluation in making personnel decisions. So that flexibility has been there with the passing of the Tennessee Teaching Evaluation Enhancement Act. Of course, as we went through the changes of this year, where we faced challenges with the online platform and needed to move to paper pencil administration for all districts this spring, the governor introduced additional flexibility that now is waiting for his signature. So that additional flexibility essentially allows for teachers to only use growth data from the 2015-16 assessment year if that growth data helps improve their summative evaluation score. And that provision will be the case for the next 3 years. So for each of the next 3 years, growth results from 2015-16 would only be incorporated in the teacher's summative evaluation score if it increases their summative evaluation score. So only if it benefits them. And this would be an automatic substitution. We're working with our teachers and leaders team to make sure that that data is calculated with 2015-16 and without 2015-16 growth results, and the teacher automatically gets the benefit of the higher score. So this is a reflection of the challenges that we've had in terms of the online administration, and gives teachers the opportunity to use the data if it benefits them, and then be able to exclude that data if it doesn't. So the next set of pie charts really just gives you a sense of what this looks like. I'm trying to go backwards here. So yes, this chart just gives you a sense of what this looks like for a teacher when they're using the data from 2015-16 and if they are excluding the data from 2015-16. We often get the question, is this just for teachers who teach ELA and math? No, this applies to every teacher who is in a tested content area. So ELA, math, social studies, and science, as well as teachers who have growth data generated from K2 if they have a district who has opted into the K2 assessment. So we've also allowed that for the other 15% measure, districts have the flexibility to allow teachers to pick a new measure. That's a district option. They don't have to do that. And if the district opens up the achievement selection process, then the teacher doesn't have to change their selection. So this is at the district option, and teachers can remain with their same other 15% measure, or they can update the measure based on their preference. So we announced back in the spring in terms of how this year will impact student grades. Assessment data from this year will impact student grades based on the legislation introduced in 2015, where if districts did not receive delivery of quick scores at least 5 days in advance of the end of the instructional period, be it the semester or the year, that it would be the district option as to whether or not they included in student grades. So we notified districts last August that we would not expect for quick scores to be back before the end of the grading period, and most of districts in Tennessee that we're aware of have made the decision that they will not incorporate the results from quick scores into student grades, or if they do, it would only be for the benefit of the student. Only if the grade helped the student's final grade would they use it, which frankly is reflective of the policy that we have for teachers with regard to growth measures. So some districts have made that decision, but again, a district option. School accountability. So we introduced with our waiver approval last summer, the ability for focus and priority schools to move to improving status and to exit priority or focus status based on their results. We will be continuing to have that focus improving and priority improving measure calculated this summer. And the reason that we can do so is because the criteria is not absolute achievement. It is a relative performance measure. So similar to TVAS, because it's a relative performance measure, we still will be able to recognize those schools that are showing tremendous progress with their students if they should be recognized such that they can move off of the priority and focus list or be designated as priority improving and focus improving. Similarly, we will still calculate reward schools this summer. So we will be able to recognize those schools that are in the top 5% of performance based on achievement, as well as the top 5% of schools based on growth. Finally, when we talk about the update to the priority and focus list, that update is not due until next summer. So summer of 2017, which will be after the second year of the transition to the new assessment. So what we have said is that our priority list and focus list are typically based on 3 years of data, what we call the 3-year success rate. And what we will be doing next summer is that we are going to calculate the success rates based on 3 years, including 2015-16, and we will generate an initial list of schools that are in the bottom 5%. However, we are going to add a safe harbor provision. The safe harbor provision essentially calculates a 2-year success rate where we exclude the 2015-16 data. If we have any schools on the priority list who improve to be above that 5% threshold once we remove 2015-16, then we will not name those schools as priority schools. They will get the benefit of that safe harbor where, again, only if the 2015-16 data helps them will it be included in terms of determining if they are a priority or focus school. So you can see, again, alignment with the policy that we have in place for teachers. Finally, with regard to district accountability, we provided this information at the beginning of last summer where we needed to talk about how we would handle this transition year. So the first thing that we have done is that we eliminated, if you recall, AMO targets. There are no goals this year that compare district proficiency rates in 2014-15 to proficiency rates in 15-16 rather. So we eliminated AMO targets because we're not going to compare achievement on our historical TCAP exams because, as we've discussed, we've set a new baseline, and that's what we're going to be doing this year, a new baseline for student performance. Instead, we have a district option that's based on 2 pathways. Districts can demonstrate that they met their goal either via TVAS or via what we call relative performance. What do we mean by relative performance? We've already noted that we expect that as a state, proficiency rates will decline. And what we have determined is that if we all decline together, that means that districts will have been deemed to meet their goals. If a district's achievement declines in the same way that the state achievement declines, then that district will have been considered to have met the goal. Of course, we will recognize districts who have less declines or if they have improvement based on this year's achievement data. And on the same token, if we have districts that look very different from the state, where their declines were significantly more than the declines seen at the state level, then we will highlight that those districts may have some challenges around what's happening instructionally for students, and so we would make that recognition as well. But again, districts are getting the best of their TVAS performance or their relative rank. So they too have the flexibility where we have 2 pathways to demonstrate that they've met their goals, and districts are getting the benefit of the better of the 2 pathways in terms of district accountability this year. So this graphic I won't go through in detail, but this is to just revisit what the district accountability process looks like. and what the calculations are. You all recall that we have a minimum performance goal. You can see here a heat map of what the minimum performance goal looks like across the content areas that we've defined, and that to meet the minimum performance goal, essentially districts just have to show that they've had improvement in at least, or haven't declined in at least 25% of the areas. So the minimum performance goal is meant to draw a clear delineation between those districts that are in need of improvement and those districts who earned one of the other designations as progressing, achieving, or I just blanked on the highest level, exemplary, progressing, achieving, or exemplary district. So you can see that we're still doing the achievement status, gap closure status calculation, and each of these graphs just shows you what does this new heat map configuration look like, how districts are being able to take the best of the performance data based on that relative achievement and TVAS pathway to arrive at a final determination for the district. And so I'll end with ACT SAT participation rate. For the first time this year, we're introducing ACT as a part of our accountability framework. We have had lots of conversations with districts around how we're calculating this measure. To be clear, the state statute requires that all students take the ACT or SAT in the 11th grade. For the accountability data, we are looking at the graduating cohort, the prior year graduating cohort in our accountability data. So with that, we have had some feedback from districts and have gotten to a definition of participation rate for accountability purposes. So that definition, we have moved to exclude SPED and occupational diplomas from the definition of graduates for the purposes of the ACT participation rate. And instead, we're focusing only on those students who earned a regular diploma. And so what does that look like? We are looking at the prior year cohort in accountability, the prior year graduating cohort. So for 15-16, we're looking at the class of 2015 graduating class, last year's graduating class. And we are looking at the number of graduates who had a valid ACT or SAT score divided by the number of graduates with a regular diploma. So that's how we're defining the participation rate. For last year, in the historical look back, we are stepping up our participation rate. We're beginning with an 80% participation rate, moving to 85% for the class of 2016, this year's graduating class. And then for next year's graduating class, the class of 2017, we're moving up to a 95% participation rate. And so I wanted to highlight this chart, gives you that phase-in process of the participation rate for those graduating classes. And it also gives you a summary of what is the consequence for the district. Initially, for the first 2 years, the district will only miss the AMO associated with ACT. But beginning in 17-18, if the district does not meet the 95% participation rate, then that district would be automatically deemed in need of improvement, similarly to what we do for all of our TCAP assessments. So that is the definition of participation rate for ACT and SAT in the accountability framework. And this is a summary of the phase-in of those participation rates. So with that, questions?
So if a district is deemed in need of improvement, what does that mean?
So a district that's in need of improvement, from our perspective, means that we have found that there is little evidence that students are making progress, and that's both with subgroups and with all students. And so you will see, as we defined it in that minimum performance goal, that when we looked at all of those content areas, that district didn't have evidence that in at least 25% of the areas that they were showing any improvement. So that means from a TDOE perspective, our goal is to be able to provide additional resources and supports to that district to try to help drive student growth in that district and get to the root cause of why aren't they seeing improvement across all of these broad categories of students and content areas.
And have we been successful when we've done that?
So this is the first year that we've had this new definition of in need of improvement. If you all recall, under our last accountability construct, we had this, what you would call kind of this in the middle designation of in need of subgroup improvement. where we were identifying if districts had missed a goal that was only specific to the subgroup. And what we found is that we got to a place in the prior accountability framework where we would have 50, 60, 70 districts that were designated in need of subgroup improvement in one area or another. And that began to say to us that we needed to step back and look at the framework, how we were calculating that, and were we really capturing those districts that really had the most challenges in terms of demonstrating student growth. So the definition that we put forth with the minimum performance goal says that we believe that we are going to identify those districts that truly have shown that they have challenges across the spectrum in terms of content areas, all students and subgroups, saying that they need some type of support and intervention to help them with student growth in their district. So this year, when we make that calculation, if we have districts that show that they weren't able to demonstrate progress in even 25% of the areas, we believe that that will be a strong indicator that that district needs some support, and this will be our opportunity to then provide those supports and be able to build that capacity. We've got lots of strategies you've heard us talk about in our strategic plan in terms of what that support will look like. So we would be connecting them perhaps into the coaching network with Read to Be Ready. They might be a part of our network improvement communities that we have through our core offices to say, let's have districts work together to identify best practices, if you will, a PLC at a district level to try to improve student performance. So we might focus on that high school bridge to post-secondary in terms of supporting districts. So we have many strategies in play that we would be able to bring to bear for our districts who might be designated as in need of improvement.
Wendy?
So Dr. Towns, Commissioner, you both know I have huge problems with this ACT stuff. So I want to, if I can, just sort of set the context from the last work session. I don't know if you guys were here when we had the conversation. So this conversation all started around me getting information that there were districts that, when audited, I guess, were not meeting the required every public school student take the ACT in 11th grade. And my questions around what was going to happen regarding that. So I'm going to sort of try to do this in like a methodical way, so I don't take all the rest of the time that we have, but I might. So my first question, and I did ask the state board lawyer to weigh in on this. You're talking about for accountability purposes only, and I'm confused about what there is other than accountability. So we have a statute in law that requires every public school student, TCA 49-6-6001, every public school student shall take a series of 3 exams. It says 8th grade, 10th grade, 11th grade. We as a department have interpreted the 11th grade as the ACT and have told everyone, it's in publications, 11th graders, everyone has to take the ACT in 11th grade. So my first question is, if there is an audit from the past several years that shows districts that did not do that, are those numbers going to be put somewhere publicly so that it is transparent that there are districts like mine that were testing all their students, and there are other districts that were testing 60%, 65% of their students? So that's my first question. Is that going to be publicly accessible information?
So the answer is yes, for the look back. So remember, the very first time that we're actually sharing this will be on this year's district accountability. So last year's data, where they were last year, will absolutely be public on their report card.
Okay.
So you would be able to tell what percentage of their students from their graduating class of last year actually took the ACT.
That's my next question. So that definition, to me, doesn't fit the statute. The statute's every public school student in 11th grade. So my question is, why are we taking graduates and backtracking who took it when that seems to leave out a class of at-risk students who were probably the reason that the statute was requiring everyone to take the ACT, because they get lost in the process. So if you're only going to count who graduated and took the ACT, that is going to inflate a number. So I'd ask for the data on 11th graders taking it to be provided to the board. Are you guys going to share?
Yes. So I think that you're making great distinctions in terms of accountability framework, which is not necessarily captured in state statute, and this particular provision. We have had a lot of conversation in terms of there are many places that statute has defined something that then is written either into state board policy or state board rules and regs that are more specific to what the district responsibility is. So I say, let's give an example. We're going to talk about our high school policy. ELC examinations is one of those, where we're very specific in policy and rules and regs in terms of what students need to do with ELC, but we have not been very specific in terms of ACT, SAT participation in the same way. We hear this feedback from our directors who believe that without that being that specific definition around either graduation requirements or credit earning requirements, that they feel that they are not in the position to make sure that they have 100% student participation because students don't believe that they need to participate based on credit attainment or graduation rate requirements. Your second question around the data, and I'm sorry, so I want to make sure I get, so we do have that data, and so we gave you a preview of that data, I think back in the fall, and so we have then gone back and looked at the 14-15 junior test taking data, as well as we do think it's important to look at what happens senior year, because frankly, what we are trying to have is a goal towards student retakes. And of course, as students get to the end of that junior year coursework, they're even more prepared to be able to raise their ACT score. Because we have this vision of making sure that we get this retake opportunity and that we open up as many doors as possible for students around ACT, SAT, that's why we've aligned in the accountability framework looking at the look back for the graduating class, because we do want to incentivize districts to continue to have students take the ACT, improve their scores, meet those benchmarks, open up scholarship opportunities. So I think there is a theory of action around what we've done in the accountability framework. Okay. You are right, though. Let me just give you this one headline that we did look, and that statewide, there's about 15% of students who are not taking the ACT or SAT on that junior year. And about 15% average statewide.
Some districts are a lot lower
Than other districts. So there's a discrepancy around the state test day that we offer. Every district has not necessarily implemented the state test day, where instead of having students be able to take the ACT on site, they give a voucher. And you know that that creates a lot of barriers for some students to do so.
So I guess, and we may need to ask our lawyer to weigh in. So my question, I 1000% agree with you that in some areas our policy doesn't give this wiggle room. So if our legislature passed a law requiring every public school student to take a test in the 11th grade that we've interpreted as the ACT, and there is nothing that the department is doing to make sure that law is followed, whose responsibility is it under the law for that policy to be, like, who has the accountability for that policy under law?
For the statute?
Yes. Who's required to enforce that?
I would say that it needs to be enforced through the adoption of a rule or a policy
by the state board.
Okay,
so.
But do we have an option to adopt a policy that is less than what that law prescribes?
No, but I think, again, Candace and I have done some very preliminary discussion, and Laura and Mickey are going to update on the high school policy. I think that would be the place where it could and should live. I think right now our policy doesn't give enough specification to alignment to that law right now.
And so the caption of that statute is graduation requirements. So I would agree if you go to the high school policy or our state board policy surrounding graduation requirements.
I mean, obviously I have a lot. I'm concerned because kids who don't take the ACT severely limit their options to go to college. Apparently there are colleges that you can get into without an ACT or SAT. That was news to me. I understand some kids may not want to go to college. Some administrators may think the kids aren't college material, but I think this statute was intended to make sure all kids are on an even playing field so that they have that option. And I'm concerned that there is a law that we are not following. Like, nobody's taking responsibility for following this statute. I was in the legislature, which would never happen. You probably saw I never got elected. Like, that would bother me. I have mandated that every student take this test, and it's not happening. And the department is saying, you know, we have accountability, and that's different than this, but somebody needs to be accountable for the statute. And I would love to add this into our policy more specifically, and I also think it needs to mirror the statute and not graduation and who gets a diploma, but that's my
Well,
speech.
I agree, and if you think about it, if one kid walks in and says, you know, my school didn't give me the ACT and I didn't know anything about it, and now I find out there's a law requiring it, and y'all didn't do anything about it. We're gonna be telling the town, and maybe doing it with the school district, but at some point, it's gonna track to us. The thing I don't understand is ACT, SAT, they send these reports digitally. Why? And I guess they're sending it to the LEA, but why can't, because the LEA is a political subdivision of the department, why can't those be also required to be sent to the department? And you align the students, the ACT, if there's a discrepancy, or find out what.
So we do get the data directly from ACT and College Board for SAT. Part of the challenge that we've been having in terms of data collection is that unless the student participates in the state test day, we cannot match them to their Tennessee unique student identifier. And so we have been trying to work with ACT on two things. A, attaching the unique student identifier when they take the test on the state test day, and B, having it follow them every time they do a retake. I will say that this has been a difficult conversation to have with ACT in terms of using that unique state identifier to track students. But first and foremost, you are right that in order to ever have a record of the unique student identifier, we need to have the student participate in the state test day. I think that this is a great conversation for board policy in terms of what are district responsibilities in terms of offering the state test day. Because unless there is a consequence that we can define, you are correct that districts may say, oh, well, I can use the voucher and I've met the letter of the law because I gave every student a voucher, even though I haven't necessarily made it accessible for every student. So we are going to have to think about how do we define that in rules, regs, policy, and then what consequences do we define if a district still chooses not to host a state test day?
So is that how some of them are dealing with it, handing out vouchers?
Yes, sir. We definitely have districts who did not host a state test day.
Okay, do we need to move to the high school policy and, yeah, okay. Include this question in the high school policy discussion, okay?
Dr. Towns, I apologize, we found your missing slides. They were shuffled around a little bit, so we're gonna push forward to get to the high school policy part, so I'm really sorry.
No problem.
There they were in all their glory.
So to talk a little bit about the high school policy and where we've, what's coming to you on first reading tomorrow. So this policy, if you'll remember back to January, was what we identified as one of the first areas where we wanted to focus our policy audit as a state board staff. And so we've worked, and that was for a couple of different reasons. So we'd received a lot of feedback about this policy. We also knew we had multiple policies and guidance documents covering similar requirements, and knew that there was some opportunity there for centralizing policy, streamlining policy, and bringing things up to date. So there were several out-of-date sections, and it had also been since 2006, the last time there was a significant update to this policy. So not just revising a single section or two, but an overhaul of the policy itself. So this work really represents a coordinated effort between both our staff at the state board as well as multiple different departments within TDOE. And we appreciate everyone who's been engaged in examining all the different parts of this policy, helping us to identify any particular sections that are out of date and identifying any places where there's duplication or opportunity for consolidation. And so what we've done, there are a couple different types of changes. The first of which is bringing updates to sections that were out of date. Then we also went back, streamlined places where we could kind of consolidate and really hone in on the key policy requirements, And then finally, I'll talk about a third type of change, which is a new section of the policy that we've added around credit recovery. And with all of this, I would say, we've already identified via the conversation around ACT opportunities for revision between first and final reading. We know that there are likely others that we'll want to make to this policy based on your feedback today, and also based on district feedback. We haven't had the opportunity yet to talk with districts about this policy. We were down to the wire and getting it on the agenda for first reading, so we know that there's some stakeholder engagement we want to do over the course of the next couple of months before we bring it back to you on final reading. So quickly around some of the updates. So one of the frustrating things about the previous high school policy was that there's a lot of different language talking about the same thing. We referred to graduation, we didn't refer explicitly to graduation requirements, we called it ready core requirements. We didn't refer to credits and units consistently in the policy, we used both terms. So we've tried to go through and really clean up and simplify the language. We also made sure that it reflected current practice and options. So for example, there's an integrated math option now for students rather than Algebra 1, Algebra 2, and geometry. So we made sure that that option was clearly spelled out. And we also went in and clarified places where we get a lot of questions, the state board staff. So one of those is around what flexibility LEAs have in recognizing different types of elective credits. For example, can students receive elective credit for fine arts and foreign language? Also around expectations with 4 high school math credits. So what happens if a student is to take a required course like Algebra 1 in 8th grade? Do they still have to take 4 years of math in high school? The answer to that is yes, and we clarified that and made that incredibly explicit in the policy. And then finally, we also updated the language around the occupational diploma to reflect current practice and other sections of policy that have been updated previously, so that this one is in line with that occupational diploma section. Now I'll turn it over to Dr. Towns to talk about the assessment pieces real quick.
Thank you. So one of the things that we also noted earlier is that there was a separate assessment policy, and we've sought to bring that into the high school policy instead of having this separate examinations policy. So what we want to do is consolidate all of the information around high school assessments into the high school policy. So in addition that we want to clarify what are the expectations for adult students, the gateway assessments are legacy assessments that we do still recognize and sometimes administer when we have an adult who was perhaps a dropout who wants to return to us to earn their high school diploma, and they were a high school student during the period where we were using gateway assessments. So we are now defining in the assessment component that adult high school students aren't required to take the end of course or gateway assessments when they are taking the actual courses. So this is only if they want to test out of taking the actual courses that they take in EOC or the appropriate gateway assessment. Otherwise, the adult student doesn't need to participate in one of those assessment programs. And then of course, we've also had a lot of conversation around when are students to take the EOC, and we've clarified that students need to take the end of course examination when they receive the instruction or at the most earliest time available after the course has been completed. So for instance, if we didn't offer the assessment in summer school, but the student completed the coursework in summer school, they would be expected to sit for that EOC at the next available administration, which would be fall of the next year of their high school. So we've clarified that expectation.
And then the second type of change I mentioned is really opportunities to streamline or consolidate areas. So we saw in the policy there are a lot of sections that were more general guidance or best practices perhaps for districts. So things around integrated curriculum, active learning, professional development. We really felt that those are things that are best left to districts to determine, and that those weren't actually any key requirements that were listed in the policy. So we chose to really be able to focus people's attention more on those things that are key requirements by removing some of the sections that we didn't feel were really policy like sections in nature. So those have been removed from the policy. And then finally, the last thing that we did is we added a new section regarding credit recovery to the policy. So credit recovery, you can see a full definition up here, but it's really intended to be an opportunity for students who don't pass a particular course to get remediation in the specific areas and standards and skills that they didn't master in that course. It's not intended to be the first time a student is ever exposed to Algebra 1 content to not be in credit recovery. And so we knew that based on some research and some surveying we did with the Office of Research and Educational Accountability, OREA, that there were a lot of districts that are utilizing credit recovery to serve those students who have failed courses and need to remediate. And that's really grown exponentially in the last couple of years. And previously, the board just had a guidance document around this. But we saw, based on our survey data, our OREA survey data, that there was a real need to really codify this in policy because of the just vast number of districts and students that are now taking advantage of these credit recovery opportunities. So in order to actually figure out what we wanted to put into policy, we did a couple of different things. So we looked at that survey data, we researched national best practice, and also looked at those districts that do have local policies on the books regarding credit recovery to see kind of what the landscape looked like. And Ari Goldstein and Spencer Glosdick at the board did a great deal of research into this, and so I want to make sure to give them credit on a lot of the great work that they did. And what we saw in the OREA survey was that of the 119 districts that have high school schools as a part of their district, 84 of them responded to the survey, about 71%. All but 2 of those districts offered credit recovery of some type, and more than 7,000 students were served through those credit recovery opportunities in the 2014-15 school year. So a lot of students, and that's, but only 47% of districts had a written credit recovery policy on the books. And so that really felt to us necessitated the fact that we need to put this into policy. So there's a couple key elements of the policy. I'll talk first about admission, then I'll talk about instruction, and then finally about grading. And in all of this, we wanted to make sure that we are putting in place the right protections for students, but not being overly prescriptive and still allowing districts flexibility. So a couple of the key requirements regarding admission. So first of which is a new criteria that any student enrolled in credit recovery, their parent would have to be notified and their parent would have to consent to that student being enrolled in the credit recovery program. I feel it's important that parents know that their students are picking up this content via credit recovery. We also think it's important that districts through the course code process actually designate students as being enrolled in the credit recovery section. It's not independent study, it's not the traditional Algebra 1 credit, but it's a different type of course. It's a credit recovery course. And then finally, we put forth some specifications around how a student can enroll in credit recovery. So I think this flow chart will make a little bit more sense if I use a specific example. So let's take an Algebra 1 course where a student takes Algebra 1 over the course of 2 different semesters. So let's say that student fails Algebra 1 the first semester of it in the fall. They haven't taken the EOC yet, they've just failed the first semester of that course. A district could opt to enroll that student in credit recovery if the parent consents, and then the student would have to go on to take the regular section of the Algebra 1 credit and ultimately take the EOC for Algebra 1. If a student has failed the entire course or they fail the second semester of the course after having taken the EOC, there's 2 options. If a student has failed with a grade of 49% or below, so that student would have to retake that part of the course, either that second semester or the entire course. And this is really us stating that there's a level at which a student has missed so much content, they have not mastered so much of the course that they actually need to retake the course in order to get all of the content that they've missed. However, if a student has failed the course with a grade of between 50 and 59%, we think that that is a level at which they could be remediated through credit recovery. So the student at that point in time would have the option to enroll in a credit recovery program.
Would they then retake the EOC?
So that's currently not listed in the policy. That's something that we've gone back and forth on, but is whether or not they would need to retake the EOC.
So how do we know? I know EOC is 25% of the grade, and it's the end of the course. The instructor gives them a test that they prepared, and it gets averaged into the overall grade, and that becomes grade. They either pass it or don't. But that really isn't the same as an EOC from the state of Tennessee. It's much more subjective in the mind of that instructor. And you explain to me the timing, because if it happens in the summer, there's not an EOC time, a test given then. There's just part of this that scares me, that it's too easy for a district to use this to engineer inflation in the graduation rate. Unless there's some really rigor on that final test.
And that's certainly a concern that we have. And you're right. One of the reasons that you don't see a requirement listed right now for a student to retake the EOC is that it's currently not offered in summer school. And we wouldn't want a retake of an EOC for a student who is, trying to graduate. They've finished their senior year. They're enrolled in, credit recovery over the summer to get that last credit that they need. And if there's not an EOC retake, for that to be a prevention of them receiving a graduation diploma. But I do certainly understand that concern, and it's something that we can discuss with districts as we're in this feedback period between first and final reading, and are happy to take additional feedback from you all as board members as well. But it is definitely something that in this revision process and in the writing of the section in particular that we struggled with.
So what's involved in giving the EOC?
I will turn that one over.
When you mean what's involved?
Well, we can't give it in the end of the summer because.
Well, let me clarify. We have historically allowed EOC in summer administration. Last summer, we did not have any test administration during the summer for a couple of reasons. We were transitioning to a new assessment, and now that we have a more rigorous assessment with the writing component for Part 1 for ELA as well as social studies, we believe that the administration during the summer is just really too compressed of a time frame. We're talking about, most people have a 6 to 10 week summer session, and the time frame is so compressed to say, would it be reasonable to be able to administer that 2-part assessment? Not to mention the cost. So when we looked back at the cost differential around summer administration and the number of students across the state that we had taking an EOC during the summer, the cost benefit analysis was such that the price per student was, a few $100s versus less than $20 during a regular year administration. So we've tried to be prudent in terms of the efficiency, as well as think about what's the instructional pacing that would allow for a student to retake that EOC. I think there's a larger conversation to be had about we've talked about summer school. Is it the first time the student has been exposed to the content versus it being credit recovery, right? Is summer school as an acceleration strategy versus a remediation strategy? And I think that can play a larger conversation as we think about when and how we administer the assessments and whether or not it makes sense for the student to be taking the EOC.
Okay, on second reading, we'll have a recommendation on that, right?
Yes. We will get some more feedback on that and come back to you with either a recommendation for a change in the policy or an explanation of the feedback that we heard and why we decided to stay where we are. But would encourage you all, if you've got other concerns, to please reach out to me so we can collect that feedback along with districts. And then finally, just 2 more particular pieces of the credit recovery policy. Concerning instruction, there's a clause in the policy that requires that all credit recovery teachers be endorsed and certified in the content for which they're teaching or facilitating credit recovery. That we believe that really in order for a student to master Algebra 1 skills that they didn't get previously, they need to have a teacher who's endorsed or certified in Algebra 1 to help deliver and facilitate that content to them. And then finally, just some general guidance for districts around selecting credit recovery programs. We didn't want to be prescriptive and put in a particular list, but to make sure that districts are selecting programs that are aligned with current state standards, and that those courses include a diagnostic component that are going to be able to individually support student growth in the areas that they particularly need to. So they may not need all of Algebra 1 content. If they needed all of Algebra 1, they should go back and retake the course, but they might need particular standards in that Algebra 1 course, and that there should be a test, a diagnostic assessment, and a flexible program that's designed to meet those specific needs. And then finally, in terms of grading, we've outlined that districts have the flexibility to design a grading formula on credit recovery, but that grading formula must include the failing grade somewhere in that calculation. So credit recovery is remediating, once again, part of the course. It's not delivering the content of the entire course. So the student's original grade should be reflected in some part of that calculation of their final grade. So in terms of next steps, I've mentioned before that we're hoping we're going to plan to connect with district leaders to listen to feedback and suggestions for improvement before final reading. And then we're already considering modifications, in particular, as was discussed earlier, clarifying explicitly in the examinations or assessment section of this policy the requirements regarding ACT or SAT. Any additional questions?
What's the percentage of students that do that recovery their senior year?
I don't have the information on what year they're doing that credit recovery in. We've just got general survey data on the number of students enrolled.
Because it's only an issue if it's a senior, right?
The EOC retake?
The EOC.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Wendy?
Also on credit recovery, I think some people, there was an allegation in the local district of students who hadn't failed, students not following this version of the policy. And I think this will help that not happen. So students who hadn't failed a class being put in credit recovery, not taking an EOC grad rates going up at the schools.
Yep.
So two-part question with that in mind. One, how will this be conveyed to districts so that they know what the requirements are and that there is specificity? And two, what will be the accountability process to make sure that districts are actually following it?
Great question. So in terms of notification, so obviously there will be some level of notification as we go around and collect feedback between first and final reading. But then upon final reading, we would work with both the department as well as the superintendent's organization, TOS, to notify superintendents of the new requirements. And then in terms of accountability, that is one section that we want to add between first and final reading, is making sure that there is clearly outlined through what particular audit process this would be assessed or would be reviewed.
And let me mention something there. We have looked through several policies that appear to need close auditing to ensure that they're being followed through. This is one of them, but there are others. And I know Dr. Earhart and I have looked at what would we need to do to build capacity within the department. We have one person right now that does all of the auditing of policy. So what would we need to do to actually create a functional, comprehensive audit of multiple policies? We would have to build some capacity to do that. So we have some thoughts around what that might look like. And we should probably put that into this conversation and get some feedback on it.
Right. Do we ever, so we're expanding the capacity to audit.
Actually, we're not. We're suggesting.
Well,
that.
but we hope to. We certainly feel the need to. If we found a district that was up to no good, do we have consequences?
It's typically financial. There's some financial consequence to it where there's withholding of funding. Obviously, things that are in the accountability model, there's other things that happen because you're in an accountability model. But usually when there's a consequence, it's typically around funding. Kathleen, do you want to add anything else to that?
Sure. I mean, typically when we do audits and we do rotational audits of all of our school districts, about 30 a year, and that's not obviously the 143 based on the size of our staff. They get a letter, and the audits look at all of the code and policy that districts are to be following, and if there's something found in the audit where they have not met that expectation, they get a letter, and then they have to respond to us to tell us how they are planning to correct that activity.
In a couple situations where those were not corrected over the time period, that's where there was a financial. So obviously you're giving them an opportunity to correct it once you've done the audit.
You're also giving them forgiveness. You're also giving them forgiveness. Because they should have known to do it right the first time. And then they get a dispensation. It's, I know.
Like we all do.
It's not a lot of it.
Okay, other questions, comments? Okay, Laura, thank you. Work-based learning. Anyhow,
Well, I know we're in the kind of the home stretch here, so I'm going to try and bring it home for you, even though there are a couple of people I think after me. But before I jump into it, I do want to take just a second, go off script, and address a little bit of something that Wendy asked about, and that was the issue of ACT and SAT in terms of post-secondary. And I think it's important to understand that ACT and SAT, though they are not used as admissions requirement for our technical colleges and for the most part our community colleges, they are used as assessments for placement, either for remediation or for full credit courses. And so it's very, very important to recognize that. In fact, actually at the community college level, there are actual programs within a community college campus that actually does require an ACT. So when we think about those threshold moments, the ACT and SAT, absolutely, we're 100% in agreement that all students should take it. When a student is unaware and thinks that I don't need to take an ACT in order to get into a TCAT, they're very woefully wrong, misguided, and ill-advised by that adult. So I do want to call that out because it is a very important distinguishing factor for folks. So the other piece of that too that actually ties into, and which is part of this update today on work-based learning, is the fact that, and you guys hear this all the time, but the truth of the matter is the majority of our placements in terms of career and employment require some level of post-secondary credentialing again. So again, this tie back between academics, assessments in terms of the ACT and SAT as a bridge into post-secondary and then ultimately into employment speaks volumes. And so what I'm going to do today is, as requested, provide an update on work-based learning policy, program, the initiative that we've been taking on. But please do keep in mind this larger perspective that as a department we've been working on. So just a few slides just to reemphasize this fact is that there are several research studies out there, surveys that have been used to continue to reinforce a mismatch. It is mismatch between maybe the student and the adult, in some cases the employer or the professor at the post-secondary level, or vice versa in terms of a teacher at the secondary level. But we have a lot of mismatching between perceptions around preparedness and readiness. So in this case, I want to just put the slide up here as just an easy example of the fact that we have individuals who are going through our educational system believing that they are well prepared for the workforce. And in truth, when you ask those individuals within the workforce, they are saying, no, these individuals are not ready. They are not prepared. So our ability to continue to address this is key to our work. Ultimately, this is really what drives our work as a department, particularly my team around the work-based learning, is at the end of the day, if you don't have this three-legged stool for this student around academics, technical skills, and employability skills, then you really are limiting the options, the real options that one needs to have after graduation. No matter where we find that student must have the ability to build out their academic, technical, and employability skills. If one of those legs are not missing, then that student literally will graduate from our system unprepared. And as you guys know from previous slides and other data, 60% of our students, when they enter into grade 13, are remediated. So something is happening between our secondary, grade 12, entering to grade 13, 60%. So very quickly on this, I'm not going to spend too much time. We focus this as truly a K to J. In this case, for us, K to 12, early on, students should have that exposure, and that should be a progressive exposure leading to a strong experience as they exit our K-12 system. We also want to make sure that there are levels or circles of support that are driving that for that student. So a student in the center should have absolutely that rigorous skill development, but also surrounded by the fidelity of that coordination planning. In other words, a student being placed in Hardee's to work the window for takeout is not a work-based learning experience for that student. The only way that would be is if that student was actually also being skilled and was able to have the mentor be maybe the manager of that Hardee's. But placing a student in a fast food job, that is not work-based learning, and I will tell you that had been happening in the past. Also here, just very quickly on this slide, just to catch you up on where we have been with our work-based learning model. The program itself is in full rollout this year. Last year we did pilot it. The thing that I really also would like to call attention to is that last row, and that's where we have been full force in our professional development with our work-based learning coordinators across the state. We have a couple of different things that I would just call attention to. One is our leadership council. These are regional leadership teams that help lead our PLCs, also regionally, for both our work-based learning coordinators as well as our special ed work-based learning coordinators. They come together as a full team and talk through the mechanics of ensuring that all students who are able to go through work-based learning or have that opportunity to team and peer teach one another on these regionals. The last thing also is that we've completely ramped up the certification training process, and it is also tied to the regional participation in these PLCs. So in other words, it's not a one and done, but instead it is an ongoing training and PD opportunity for our coordinators. This slide right here is a slide in working with our industry partners as well as our post-secondary partners. We have developed what we would call our targeted employability skills. This is not necessarily an A to Z listing of skills, but these are the primary skills that we would call attention to. And to the left, you will see the four main bucket areas. First and foremost, academic and technical skills. Second, the career knowledge and navigation skills. Thirdly, 21st century skills, what I often call employability skills as well, but in a more narrow fashion. And then lastly, personal or social skills. Sometimes those are referred to as some soft skills, the ability for an individual to interact appropriately with another individual. All combined, a student walks off with these skill sets. This is an individual who is well prepared to enter into that employment day one and able to kind of pick up whatever the responsibilities are for that position. When we think about kind of Tennessee's goals around work-based learning experience, I really just want to call these attention, and forgive me if I read each bullet, but I think each bullet is something that we take great pride in and calling attention to. And the first and foremost is making sure that we have this be a part of the conversation in early grades. A student is never too young, including kindergarten, to have a conversation about what does work look like? What is a job? What would you like to be? And move us away from a fireman, policeman, or a doctor, and help them understand that there is a larger world out there that they can explore as they get older, and have that complemented in just easy workings that they would have during their day as they learn their basics for that particular grade. Second, we're driven by standards based on the student learning outcomes rather than complete activities. This is something that is essential that we put into that plan. In other words, we work off of standards that hold accountable both for the adult, for the employer, and ultimately for that student, that there's an expectation that as you go through work-based learning, you're not only learning and capturing those skills, but you're living those skills because of the ways in which we've set the dynamics and the parameters for work-based learning. Thirdly, most importantly, accessible to all students, designed to meet diverse needs. This is essential, and we work with employers all the time, and we especially work with our partners in the SPED area as well, is that no student who is capable and able to have work-based learning should be denied that opportunity. And so we work really, really hard to help folks understand, particularly employers, because this can be scary if a student has a disability of some sort that they would need to accommodate. What does that mean? So we work really hand in glove with them to help them better understand what that means for them. And that ends up being a win-win for that student. Next, focused on both post-secondary and career readiness rather than careers alone. Again, critically important. This is not careers only. This is both post-secondary careers, and we have to continue to change those conversations. Integrated with curriculum rather than existing standalone experience. This is for all of you who are well familiar with our progressive programs of study with career and technical education, this is always your capstone experience. And the reason is it is intended to show mastery, both on the part of the student, but also in terms of the content that student has obtained through his or her courses through those programs of study. Next, obviously supported by school-based team, including general education teachers, CT teachers, and counselors. Again, a team effort to ensure that there's a holistic approach and experience that these students are receiving, and that all students, whether they are concentrating in CTE or not, have the ability to participate in work-based learning. So it's essential that everyone is on the same page for that. And then lastly, inclusiveness of school-based and technology-supported experiences rather than having it exist in the workplace. In other words, we are working to make sure that there are strong bridgings between the applications within the classroom and what they're seeing also in the workplace setting. This is just a good, easy snapshot for you. So if you were to put kind of a face to the progression of work-based learning, this is a great page to kind of land on. And I won't spend too much time on it, but you can reference back to it and it'll give you a good descriptive of that. Some essential linkages going forward. First and foremost, we also have established work-based learning champions. This is fully and wholly industry leaders across the state of Tennessee so that they're assisting us in not only having a conversation about work-based learning and what we should be thinking about terminologies and experiences wise, but we are challenging them to challenge their peers. That if you're going to step up and be a leader, then we ask you to be that leader with your peers in the industry fields, allowing then more students to come on in and have those experiences that are so essential. This is another piece that we're working on as well, and this is a progression again of work-based learning. This is to begin the development of a youth apprenticeship. This youth apprenticeship would be something that would exceed past a typical internship. The apprenticeship element of that is intended to then, and this is something just to call attention to, we've also allowed for funding and planning purposes within our Perkins Reserve. But the intention of this is to allow for those who are accelerating at a high level, academically, technically, that these individuals have that opportunity to go deeper with the companies or prospective employers who they have a relationship with. So we're in the process of continuing to develop that out. We expect to have some pilot districts who are willing to join hands with us as we frame that. And then lastly is the Career Forward Task Force, and this is something that the commissioner is leading. We had our first meeting back in March. Our second meeting is next week, and a 6-month process, very similar to the process that the Assessment Task Force took this past summer. But the intention of that is to, again, drive deliberate conversation around what does the state of Tennessee need for its next generation of individuals. So I didn't know, Commissioner, if you had a few words that you'd like to say on this last slide.
You covered it well. That's exactly what it's about. And we're also trying to think about recommendations going forward as we go into next year of things that would move the conversation around careers and making sure that what we do, not only from an accountability perspective, but what we incentivize in schools, how we think about our high schools, it's really moving us toward career preparation. And just a little note, we do have all of our senior leadership team members actually shadowing a high school student over this past month and this coming month. And we're really taking what they're learning from shadowing high school students and hearing what they have to say to heart. And we've already had some really interesting conversations about how that really moves this conversation forward.
Yeah. That is it. Again, it was just meant to be a quick update for you guys, but I'm happy to take a question or two if there are any.
Department of Labor or the Department or ECD would ever help us find employers to participate?
As partners?
Embedding kids in the.
Absolutely, and they are a heavy part of our Career Forward Task Force, as well as certainly business people from across the state. And so we are trying to push that competition that we have to be better partners to really have these internship work-based learning opportunities.
And just to complement that, it is in part and parcel of our Pathways Tennessee, which all of this is all embedded. So ECD and labor are very much full-on 100% team players on that effort.
I'm familiar with that. I hope they're calling companies and saying, we need you to make room for 5 kids every year.
I think part of the challenge too, is we've had this discussion before, is the fact that there's still these concerns about bringing students who are under the age of 18 into the workplace. And there are safety issues with this in the manufacturing arena. And I think that's part of the discussion that this task force will likely have, And how do we overcome those perceived concerns, and in some cases real, if there's an accident on premise while the student is there. We've had this discussion with Danielle, so I think you all will need to include that, because to get other employers involved, because there are some that are involved, to get the others involved, you have to overcome those perceptions. And in the healthcare world, it's HIPAA.
Yeah, Wendy?
Danielle, I would love for you to say a little bit more about what's happening in the students with disabilities transition world. I know in Nashville, they have the community-based transition classrooms. I know our former boss, Mayor Dean, has those students now in, or hopefully Mayor Berry still does, has those students in metro departments, and there are companies in Nashville that have partnered with MNPS, and it's a fantastically successful program. Is stuff like that happening across the state?
Yeah, I am not the best person to speak specifically about the partnerships, but what I can say, though, is in a very collaborative way, both my division and Joey's division are working very, very closely to open up the doors overall for students. So depending on where, you know, the districts are in the placements, who the individuals are, who the employers are, I know that they have been working very hard on that. So that might be a fun conversation for another time to have Joey's team come in and talk specifically about that. I think that that's a very important conversation to have, quite frankly, because we do have a lot of discussion around, again, helping people unpack what does it mean for a student who has a disability. It doesn't mean that that student can't have a very meaningful experience within their company. What it just means is you might have to accommodate one thing or two things because of that student. So.
And I know what they found in some of the jobs here in Nashville is that it's jobs that had a lot of turnover because repetition was boring.
That's exactly
and
right.
You have students that you match, that repetition is what they thrive on.
Yeah.
So you have these really great matches, and these kids are getting the job, they're graduating, getting hired, and being like great employees.
I was gonna say that's, you know, not to make it personal, but that is actually one of the prides that I have, having been with the mayor, was our ability to launch that and really open the eyes to a lot of employers who really were uncertain, and at the same time meeting the need that was always largely unfilled with high turnover. So,
Great, thank you.
thank
Any
you.
other questions? Hey, Daniel, good job. Don't let the kind of the lateness of the hour suggest we aren't really interested in this. It's a terribly important thing we're doing here, and I think has potential for really making big headroom in terms of effectiveness of education.
I agree. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Important subject. Thank you. Okay, the Governor's Council for the Education of Students with Disability Report on restraint and isolation data. Chip?
Thank you for the opportunity to come share our findings with you this afternoon. I'm Chip Fair. I'm the chairman of the Governor's Advisory Council for the Education of Students with Disabilities. And under TCA, we're charged with taking the data supplied to us by the DOE and reporting to you any recommendations that we feel would help reduce the use of isolation and restraint in public education programs. We formed a committee in the Advisory Council, and at the same time, the Department of Education, the Division of Special POPs, formed a task force to also analyze the data. The Advisory Council was represented on that task force, so it was really good because we had more eyes and more opinions looking at the same data. We did not, this is the first time we've reported to you, and we've got 3 years of data. We didn't report on the first year because the thinking was that that wasn't a good enough baseline to make decisions based upon. So after 2 years of data is when we started looking at it, and we formed our task force and we formed our committee and started working on our recommendation. And then the third year became available. So we incorporated that third year into this. The thinking, what we determined was based on the 3 years of data and the talking with stakeholders and the analysis of the reports, was that the data, that there's a need. We identified a need for a better understanding of the law and appropriate application of the law. Because the data, we don't think is clean enough to make substantive decisions upon. So our recommendation is that there needs to be a document created, a question in a question and answer format that will explain and help systems understand the law and its practical application, its appropriate application. The thinking is that once they understand it better, they can develop better, more effective training, which will then reduce the number of incidences of restraint and isolation. Even after saying that, if you look at the 3 years, the overall total of isolation and restraint incidents did decrease every year from 6,540 the first year, 2012-2013, to 6,483 in 2013-14, and then last year in 14-15 to 6,176. But even saying that, we don't think that's accurate. And even if it was, we don't think that's acceptable. We think there needs to be better education for our systems so that our practitioners understand the law, understand what the threshold is. It's an emergency situation for restraint. Emergency situation. We had reports of restraints that clearly did not meet that threshold. And so we need to educate our people better. So our recommendation is that there needs to be a document created, whoever you empower to create it, or I believe the state's task force is working on one. If you accept theirs, that's great. The advisory council would just like to request the opportunity to be involved in the development, creation, and the final editing of that document. Made it short and sweet. Any questions?
So, thank you. I was fortunate enough to be involved in when some of this legislation was brought to the legislature, and so I mean, and I've represented kids who have been restrained and isolated and varying degrees of that in ways that rose to the level of getting a lawyer involved. So I would just ask, I mean, whatever needs to happen to make this number 0, we need to get to at least 0 as far as not following the proper protocols and the legal restraint and isolation, which is very limited, as I'm sure you know.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't know, I'm not clear on what exactly the recommendation is, but.
The recommendation, what you're saying, what I hear you saying is that you want the law to be followed so that we can get the number of appropriately applied restraints and isolations as low as possible. That it's high now because people may be doing it at the wrong time or in the wrong way, like those individuals that you've represented.
Right.
The recommendation is to educate school systems better. A lot of them don't understand that it is an emergency situation, and they don't understand what the threshold of an emergency situation is. Some of them may not understand when to employ isolation, or may not understand the criteria or the rules in the law that defines what isolation is. So that's why we think the data is not as clean as it needs to be, that we need to make sure that everyone is following the law, that everyone understands the law and understands how to implement and follow the law, and then we'll see the numbers decline. Then we can work on more substantive recommendations to help them decline the numbers even more.
These reports don't differentiate proper or improper use, right? I mean, this data is just use, period.
That data is based upon what the law requires is reported.
Right, use.
Yes, use, implementation.
I mean, whatever we need to do.
Yeah.
Is there more information?
Allison, where's Allison? Allison, would you speak to what we're doing at the department on this topic, just to make sure you have some knowledge of where we're going based on the task force that was formed in the department that obviously y'all were representing? So
Allison?
Sure, I'd be happy to. So many of you know me, Allison Gall, Behavior and Law and Disability Coordinator. And I'm fortunate because Chip is a member of the task force that I'm lucky enough to head. We are definitely looking at restraint. You know, I'm with you, Wendy. Anytime restraint occurs, it is traumatic for the student, the family, and the teachers who do it. As someone who's had to really protect children from themselves, this is not a decision you come about lightly, right? So we really need to be thoughtful about it. So we are looking at the data. We have a few things going. DRT is being wonderful in using their interns to help us realize where is our data even compared to other states? Because this data is just numbers, right? We don't even know. Is that a lot? Is that a little? Are we, you know, it's easy to say one is too many, but are we on the path? Or are we still so overinflated? We really need to look even beyond understanding the law. And we don't really know yet. Is it reporting? We have numbers based on how many report, how many aren't being reported, how many are being reported incorrectly. We get data every year. We do know we need to clean. One of the questions on it is, did anybody die? And we have had people incorrectly click yes. That's an easy one to go and find out if that's true or not. But so we still even have human error in there, right? Just basic reporting error. So it's figuring out the reporting error. Do we know how to report? Do we know when we should restrain? Do we know when we should isolate? What training do we need for preventative before we even get to escalation, before we even get to that point where a student is at threat of hurting themselves or others? I'll say the behavior person, the threat of hurting self is always the one that I'm most cautious of. That's the hardest to protect. So those are some of what we've been talking about in the task force.
I would also be curious if a data point I would want to see is how many of these students who are either restrained or isolated have a behavior intervention plan, have a functional behavior analysis, you know, like the fidelity of the following of that, because ideally, restraint and isolation, the need to restrain and isolate hopefully is a sign that you need to evaluate that plan, determine what your behaviors are being caused by, and then eliminate the need to have to do this because you're eliminating hopefully the need for the student to feel like they need to hurt themselves. So I think you have to tie it to what interventions are in place, or else you're right, it's just numbers.
Yeah.
Well, the law already requires that if restraint is written in an IEP, you have to have a functional behavioral assessment and a behavior plan.
Correct, but I'd like to know how many of these have a functional behavior
Right,
assessment.
because the first time that restraint occurs. Right. So that's, I mean, definitely a great question, Wendy. It's one that, honestly, we haven't dug down into those numbers, but, you know, summer's coming through us and summer interns, and what a great thing to really be able to dig and start to de-aggregate some of this data. You know, another piece of the task force is creating that question and answer. Words like isolation. I think we all think we know what that means, but the statute actually outlines that it's not timeout. So while we might have students that are choosing a quiet setting because they know they are at an escalated emotional state, that's not isolation. And yet, because of misperceptions, people might be reporting it, right? So we have a lot of those questions we've been really talking with. You know, and like I said, Chip is one member. We have parents, we have other people from other school districts, and we truly have from West to East Tennessee, which is awesome, as well as staff participating.
Well, and there's a lot of instances, like she said, when they're misapplying it, when it's not timeout, yet they call it isolation. We've had incidences reported where restraints have been reported that were only a minute long. Yet the law provides that if you're briefly holding a child to calm them or briefly holding a child to prevent impulsive behavior, you know, one would say that that 1 minute wasn't a restraint, shouldn't have been reported as a restraint. Some of the restraint classes that school systems use to train, one of them has a 5-minute way to back out of a restraint, to de-escalate at the end of a restraint. So if it's only 1 minute long, you haven't even been able to back out of it effectively. So we need to get everybody to understand what is a restraint, what does it look like, and most importantly in my mind is when to do it, because the threshold is very high. We've got too many happening.
Okay,
And Wendy, just one more thing, of course, and Chip knows this, is we're also working on the other end where that fear of reporting, that the reporting is gonna get you, gotcha. It's what we use and what so many of the special education supervisors use to help them know, where do we need more supports? Where do we need more training? Where do we need to call in an outside specialist? Because maybe this student is challenging us in a way that we have never been challenged. So the other side is that making this also safe and helping them know it's a safe and it's an opportunity and it's a chance for us all to learn, grow, and really think through the rapport building process of restraint and isolation.
Thank you.
okay. Good discussion. I take it that this is information for us at this point that we don't need to take action. Is that right? Okay,
So the task force is continuing to work on recommendations, and we'd be happy to bring those recommendations back to this group.
okay. Very good. Chip, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move to license actions. We really had two things planned there, and I think we'll only do one of them. The presentation that we're going to talk about for the policy thing we'll do tomorrow in the meeting, and we'll cover that here and just see if we have questions about the individual actions that are proposed and get Philip to answer those. And I think probably the first thing we need to do is make sure we know which ones are on the agenda. You know, now what I've recorded for from the notes that I got is this is item 6A on our agenda is Tracy Hill Riggs. Item B is Nathan Powell. Item C is William Sturdivant. And D is Lepa Gunnar Kilgore. No, Kilgore. Is that where we are? Okay. You know, just as in the future item, it'd be, I think, easier just to delete some of these and not get the replacement pages in here. I think it's pretty confusing. I've got notes all of mine and so forth. Kind of interfere with.
I don't have any questions. I am going to ask to pull for discussion A, make sure I get it right. And I'm going to have, and C. Well, now C, formerly F, now C. The artist formerly known as F. Started Riggs or Hill Riggs and Sturtevant, and Philip knew I was going to ask to pull those for individual.
Do we want to hold discussion on those now, or in the interest of time, do we want to?
I would imagine tomorrow, but I'm not sure. I don't have any questions. Well, I have some questions.
Okay, I think we can do them tomorrow unless you want to do them here.
Tomorrow's fine, I think, too. Either way.
Okay, anything else on the license actions? Everybody straight on what we're considering? The ones that were removed, or for what reason?
They were removed because they were, when we put together the paperwork, they were still within their time frame to request a hearing, and the three of them have all requested hearings, so that pulls them away from consideration.
Okay, anything else there? Okay, how about other agenda items, questions that we haven't addressed today so far? Oh.
I don't have a question, and I don't know, just to prove that I actually read the prior minutes. I would, on page 15 of the minutes, last meeting, Mr. Wade came, and I don't know how important this is, but I noticed it says in the minutes that he asked to speak to us, but we told him it was inappropriate. We actually didn't let him speak to us, and I would think it'd be important in the minutes to note that the lawyer was afforded an opportunity to speak to the board, because he spoke for a while. So it just looks here like we didn't let him talk, and so I would just ask if there would be a sentence added in.
We can adjust that.
Okay.
Lawyer. I'll make a motion. I just wanted to let him know that was coming.
Okay. Other items, other agenda items or questions on the agenda for tomorrow? Allison?
I'm concerned over 4A, and this is ESL program policy, in particular where it says if a parent refuses direct ESL services for the student, The regular classroom teacher will be responsible for the ESL services to this child. My concern is the majority of teachers I know do not know in my area Spanish. And I would like that to be made a little bit clearer about what the responsibilities of the teacher is. And of course, we teach them, but that one just bothered me.
Okay, I lost the first part of it. It says 4A.
4A, and it's under parental notifications and rights.
Where is it now?
Under parental notifications and rights. In mine, it's the back of the.
Mhm.
And this is just the first reading, but page 2 is 6, I'm sorry.
I made a note of that, we can follow up with the department to see if
Okay,
that can be
great.
clarified.
I guess just as a teacher, I want to know what that entails, what my responsibilities would be.
And what kind of training you might get to do so.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, very good. Yeah. Mike?
All right, so these teachers, MTSU, Christian Brother, y'all remember getting this, that whole grading deal for the EPP, the colleges of ed? I remember it was sort of hard to follow, but there was a number of them in there that really kind of surprised me. From what appeared to be less than sterling. Then I see in one of them was MTSU. And I think Christian, but are they, based on what I read earlier, this would recertify them for 7 years. Are we ready to do that for 7 years? Or are they, they there? Are they where we want them to be? Or are they? There was far more that we looked at based on that data that surprised me than that didn't surprise me.
It had all the stuff about whether or not they were doing a good job selecting students to even be in the program and some things like that.
Which data are you referencing?
It was the educational educator prep program. We had it last week. And it was a rating on certain ones that had been reviewed on certain things and how they ranked.
So it's not our report card. This is
Not the
something
TF?
different.
Well, there was the one that you sent around, Mike, that,
Maybe it was the TF.
I think the TF report is sort of the data that's used in a couple different versions of public reports I've seen, but I mean, the one that the state produces is the most common, if that's what you're at.
Well, whatever it was.
The one that the state produces that we have a grade.
No, that's not
That's
the
what
one,
it
but.
is.
No,
But there have been some people
Data.
who've taken that data and tried to put it in a slightly different form, and I think could be, I'm actually not exactly sure what one you're referencing, but it's based on the same data typically that is used in that TF report, yeah. Education Consumers Foundation, they also put out a report that showed it graphically, but it was using the TF data.
Yeah. And I think the question is, and it really raises a question about input data versus outcome data, so forth. And we got Middle Tennessee State that shows up pretty good on that report. Everything is great shape, and then when we look at outcome data here, really poor shape. And the question is whether you approve them for 7 years, whether we look at we got this new interim report thing that we could come back and change our minds next year. But I think that's the question you're raising, right?
Yeah. I might be raising it for others if they were the ones that were on here. I mean, I think we're gonna have to start somewhere and really taking a look at these. Boy, 7 years is a long time.
May I say something?
Yes, sir, yes.
I'm sorry to respond to, I'm good. Let me pass this around. This just shows the cycle that the universities are on for their actual review, so you would know who's coming up and what semester they're coming up. I know that it is requested at some point by someone, and I thought all of you may want to have it in your information. So a reminder that these MTSU, if you look back at the FAQ of what standards they're under for their review cycle based on the year, that will be in the FAQ document where you see that table. It's also on the timeline, but they would still be under the annual reporting cycle. So they could come up for an interim review based on that annual report, which again is more outcome data than input data. And so I just reiterate that all of these folks on the cycle that they're on, they would have annual report data starting again in February.
So what do we say if we approve this, which is for 7 years? When
It's
just
saying
given
that they
what you
met the
got,
standards under the policy, and that every year there will be an annual report that you could say you actually didn't meet the threshold based on your annual report, because we're setting all those thresholds now. And so you will now have to have another review before that 7-year period is up, an interim review, not a comprehensive review at that point, because the comprehensive happens every 7 years.
Now, what would be the situation?
He has
if
a
we-
question, I can see.
no, I'm trying to reconcile the two, because it's sort of like, I'm trying to figure out what does 7 years mean, because everybody's gonna be watched like a hawk all the time, right?
So everyone would have an annual report now. So we've been on the 7-year cycle. That's what we've been doing. Under the new policy though, we will have now this new moment in time where you could actually come up for another review period well before the 7-year, which is absolutely appropriate, right? You see outcome data that's showing this is not a program that's putting out certain types of outcomes. So then they would have to go under another review based on that particular threshold. And we're in that cycle where we're switching standards too. So you're changing standards, you're changing the process, you're changing to the new annual report. And MTSU will be switching to that now, but they're under the process and the set of standards based on the timeline that we approved back in 2014. They're in that cycle. And so if you look at that, you can see who now moves to the new cycle based on when they're being reviewed. But that doesn't mean they won't be reviewed every year now going forward, because they are now under that new cycle with the annual reports.
I'll just add to that, 2 of the 3 programs that are up for tomorrow with MTSU and Christian Brothers were under the old standards,
Right.
the old policy that did not have the interim review trigger, that we're now talking about. So they will fall under that, as the commissioner mentioned, going forward. The 3rd program did fall under the revised policy, which is up for tomorrow, FISC. And FISC is one now that was found with major stipulations, because now major stipulations is written into the revised policy, and we never had that before. They're also under the CAGE standards now in the timing of the cycle, whereas those 2 previous, the MTSU and the Christian Brothers, were, because of the timing of their review, under the old standards in the old policy. So as the commissioner mentioned, we're kind of transitioning, and the interim report could be triggered for everybody, so it's not just a blanket 7-year approval.
So if you go back to the FAQ, what does make this clear is the actual chart, because this is what's in the policy. And of course, this was mapped out and this was passed. If you look at page 6, you'll see the color chart, and it actually shows you the year of when they are transitioning to a new set of standards based on whether it was an existing program or a new program. So this was what was in Appendix F of that implementation section of the policy. So same thing for annual report. So the rollout of the annual report starts for all programs and providers beginning of 2017, which is the calendar year February 2017.
So,
I'm sorry. I think the question then is, what's the difference between what happens at 7 years and what happens at 1 year? Is that your question?
Comprehensive review every 7 years, and you got the annual every year.
Okay. So then it goes back to, do we let these people not have another comprehensive review for 7 years or not, right? That's
Yeah.
my question.
mean, two things that I think might be helpful to clarify. I think, and Candace, correct me if I'm wrong, these are some of, if not the last programs to come
Yes,
for approval under the old policy.
yes.
So that's good that we're about to put both feet into the new world. In the new world, as Paul was saying, and even these programs are gonna be potentially, at least recommendation approved for 7 years, the interim reviews are not just reviews, but depending on the outcome of those reviews, there's actually actions that could be taken before the 7 years, either.
Right, you could make an
stop
action
admission
that
candidates.
stop programming, you can't take any more candidates. It could be, you choose to not allow them to move forward with a program that was in a conditional approval stage, and say, we're actually not gonna let you move forward with that. I mean, there could be all kinds of steps that are probably appropriate to whatever the issue is, that you could take based on whatever your interim review said. So let's say all your outcome data was poor, and you don't want them taking any of the candidates. And so you're gonna have to inform the candidates, we talked about this at some point, inform the candidates of the issue that they're experiencing, that they're under a review, and that they're not gonna be able to take new candidates, but also the candidates that are currently in the program have information as well around that you're in a review. The program, the specialty area, whichever one you're reviewing is being reviewed as well.
And just one follow-up question on that, and I think I'm in the right understanding here. I mean, we're not gonna talk too much about the licensure discipline matrix today, but maybe tomorrow. I mean, is there gonna be a similar sort of transparency of sort of action based on data points so that, I mean, again, you all would know then kind of what to expect based on annual report data in terms of actions, or how will those sort of actions be?
Yes, which is what we're talking about in our subcommittee.
That's
So
okay.
we're bringing those things to you. We can certainly talk about them now, but our goal was in that subcommittee to bring these things to you for conversation. And more feedback directly from the board on those decisions, and at those decision points, let you weigh in and say, you know, we want more, or we want less, or we want to weigh in on the thresholds, or we don't.
So I gotta think through part of that. Back to resources. And when I read in here about how reviews are gonna be conducted, they will involve, teachers, professors, Is that a group that you're going, are those gonna be like ad hoc committees that you will put together to go and review whatever at?
We're actually determining that now. So we're in those last stages of our implementation working group. We're having conversations in the last 2 meetings about the comprehensive review and who those teams are, and making recommendations for who they are. And that's what we'll bring to you. Meaning the subcommittee.
What about an EPP board of examiners? So that the same people with the same standards and the same highly trained walk in with this like the IRS come in, but at least college A and college F are going to be reviewed. The whole subjective part of interchanging different people, plus the training. But it's just a suggestion, I don't know, it might be cheaper, I don't know. So we could look at MTSU with a 7-year approval, with a statement that there will be a review of what this time next year. And if those numbers continue, then we could take action in their own notice, which means that 7 years basically, you know.
Mike, you can take action regardless if you come with that 1 year and you don't have the data you're looking for. You can take that action at any time. You don't have to stipulate that, I don't think.
Well, so of course, the state board could say whatever you need to say and put any stipulation on it. I mean, that's certainly the opportunity that you have. But the annual report, it's already inherent in that, and we're setting those thresholds now, and we would want that to be known and and across the board and fair, because that's part of these next several months of getting that communication out and letting everyone know what that is with the state board's input. But certainly, whatever you needed to do as a board on this particular one, you could do in terms of stating this is what we want to happen, or you could reiterate it, that when you get an annual report, you know, this is going to be monitored more closely. I mean, again, I'm just sharing that that would already be inherent in how the process would work going forward.
I think what I'm trying to do is fast forward to next year. And we're sitting here having a conversation, and there are those who are arguing, hey, you just gave us a 7-year go throttle up last year, and suddenly you've got all these concerns.
Because they follow the new guidelines.
Right. There's a transition
New
period.
policy is in place.
So likely, there could be a number of these coming to us next year.
That's correct.
Absolutely.
Gotcha. Sorry. I did forget.
Now, I guess, and the way I see it on that one, I think we're basically looking at the old guidelines, meet the old guidelines, and move ahead, and then the understanding that they come under the new guidelines, we all come back. Now, the other question I have in this, the educator preparation policy, that's item E, 5E, is, does it make any sense to remove this from this agenda and put it on the July agenda after we've had a chance to, you know, review some of this data and so forth that we've talked about, and have a chance for the subcommittee here to take a look at it in greater detail between now and July.
That would be my preference.
What's that?
Is this first reading or second?
It's the second reading, yeah.
Let me clarify real quickly, Chairman. 5E
First
is,
reading.
No, 5E is cut for us.
I think, I can't find my list.
Excuse me, that's
5E,
four.
Laura, 5E is the one about innovative programs and the financials, right?
Yep, so the changes that were made to the educator preparation policy on first reading last time clarified some of the entry and changed some of the entry requirements for new programs applying for approval for the first time. And so previously, the policy was really prescriptive in terms of how new ed prep programs could be approved, and it required 3 years of clean financial audits in addition to some other things, which obviously we think having clean audits is a good thing, but having 3 years before you're even approved for the first time means that it's virtually impossible for a new upstart program to be approved. So this policy change that you approved on first reading allows the flexibility for programs. It lays forth a different set of criteria for new start programs and allows them the flexibility to gain approval, conditional approval, and then to provide those audit statements over time as they run. So I think it would be important if we want any new programs that might fall under that policy to be able to start for the fall semester in terms of training and placing teachers, that we not remove it from the agenda of this meeting. That doesn't mean that we can't bring back additional language changes to this policy at the July meeting, though.
So there's that, and then there's also the teacher prep programs, which are a different item.
Yes.
Yep, right.
Right.
So I got two questions. By reducing the amount of years of audit, do we run the risk of letting a bunch of charlatans in the teacher prep programs in Tennessee?
Wait, I'm not sure I'm following you.
There's a lot of national online people and stuff like that.
Oh, in terms of this, so we have given a lot of thought to that. I know on the department side, they can be no to the team. Laura, do you want to speak to this?
Yeah, so the policy also clarifies expectations for out-of-state providers if they want to pursue becoming a Tennessee-approved provider, and it subjects them to the same reporting requirements that our current in-state programs are. So the minute that they meet an in-size requirement of 10 individuals, they're reported on our teacher prep report card the same way that other programs are. So it still applies that same level of scrutiny to those programs that would recommend candidates for licensure once they reach that threshold of 10 individuals. In terms of the clean financial audits, it's not reducing the number, it's just providing additional requirements for the first couple of years. And they still have to do the 3 years of clean financial audits. It just requires some additional options for proving financial solvency at the outset of the program, one of which is having a certain type of bond, and then they provide those financial audits as they progress in their first 3 years of operation.
Second question. I think there's something in my mind that I read that if we pass a policy that we cannot change it for a year. Does that ring any bell with anybody? Because I would be very, very happy to say that would have been.
We can double check for sure, Mike. The only thing that I can recall that is sort of along those lines is around raising the requirements for teacher certification. Like if you're gonna, like you have to have a year notice. I'll have to check and see for sure, but there is a complication around some of the raising of requirements for teachers, but not, it wouldn't apply.
That might have been what it was.
That's all I can think of that would sort of be along those
We
lines.
could bring, so like some of the more, looking at the language like you suggested earlier on this policy, going back and visiting some of that, we could bring that to you in July as a first reading recommendation and wouldn't have to pull this item off a final reading in order to do that.
I think the item, the 4E, the changes we're making, I think it's fine. It's just that we had an awful lot of discussion about a lot of the rest of it. So, you know, what's being added, problem is we got the whole thing there and we kind of got to talk about the whole thing. So I think the changes that are actually there are okay. Okay. Other items? Is everybody ready for dinner? Huh?
Ready for them.
I think we will be the first one here tomorrow after we're locking ourselves up. It's up to you. I'm gonna leave mine in my car, but TSB's under sales for sure.
Okay,
I don't think I
what's the van is going to,
The van and
Blackstone?
Well, Laura, we're going back to just